Chapter 2071. Hui Jun suddenly wanted to do something big, just like the surprise when little brother Feng suddenly fainted last time. She fixed the sea of energy. It could be a surprise for little brother Feng, but it could also be a surprise for herself. She could treat it as a salute to a certain someone who was returning to the factory for major repairs. It would be even better if she could make little brother Feng faint and rest for a while. Although he felt that this was purely a pipe dream, the only things that could make little brother Maple faint again after he woke up and heard the news were the underworld exploded. The underworld exploded again. The underworld exploded again. The chaos concept body is being held down, and other such news could achieve the desired effect. Unfortunately, these news were all empty talk, and they had to personally use their hands to produce them. Well, even though he knew what Hui Jun meant, seeing how excited he was, he couldn't bear to interrupt him. But if he thought about it carefully, he immediately understood. Little brother Feng didn't seem to have done anything that needed their help. Or rather, most of the things that needed to be dealt with now needed little brother Feng's help. It was purely putting the cart before the horse. After Hui Jun proposed the big news creation plan, he also understood it after 5 minutes. Now he was squatting in a corner like an idiot, drawing circles and muttering. It was really laughable. If they really wanted to talk about surprises, they couldn't help little brother Feng prepare a surprise for him. However, just like what they just said, they could prepare their own surprises and treat their own matters as surprises. For example, the matters that they had to scratch their heads to prepare for, I know, the domain of origin. Hui smiled bitterly and stood up. He looked at Sui Feng and sighed. If it were that easy, we wouldn't be sighing here. Look at Feng. Look at him. 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 Even he is in so much trouble. Don't be in such a hurry to sigh. Sui Feng shrugged. Brother Feng's situation is unique, so it's expected that it'll be difficult for him to activate the origin domain. Well, the current difficulty may still be within the expectations of the gods. Ahem, what I meant to say is, don't assume that the origin domain will be difficult just because of how Brother Feng has been tormented. He coughed dryly and pinched his throat to imitate someone else's voice. After the 90% threshold is the most appropriate stage to activate the domain of origin. Well, you can think of it as the easiest stage. After all, it is a domain of origin that requires us to exert our strength to the limit. But there have been people who have touched the threshold of the domain of origin at 70 or 80%. After that, they can still use the embryonic form of the domain of origin. Just like the domain of chaos that the little guy activated, although it has been activated, it is still in its embryonic form. It still needs to be perfected step by step. But just as you know, that's the business of the previous generation of inheritors. For you, it's a long, long time ago. Let me tell you these things as a guidepost. No matter if it's the first generation or the second generation, the final destination is the same, so don't think of it as a burden. It's just for the convenience of distinguishing between the first and second generation. The first generation has to face a much heavier burden than the second generation in a short period of time. So there's such a distinction. Just like what the little guy said, we're racing against time. These 3 words speak for themselves. If there's no time limit, for us, as long as we're the official inheritors, it's all the same. Everyone will eventually reach the same place. Sui Feng cleared his throat and quickly took a sip of tea. His voice was hoarse. Ahem, that is what it means. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. That was what his teacher told him when he went in half an era ago. The only difference between the first generation and the second generation was that the first generation could push themselves to death in a short period of time. There are also people who had already touched the domain of origin when they reached 70 or 80%. Although that was the matter of the previous generation, the inheritors of the Chaos era. The domain of origin that appeared at the beginning was only in its embryonic form and still needed to be perfected. The domain of chaos of the observer was an example. They knew that the observer had spent a lot of time perfecting it, but they did not know to what extent it was perfected. Judging from the current situation, when the observer used the domain of chaos to hit them, it was already very painful. I know that you can touch the domain of origin when you reach 70%. Hui picked at his ears and muttered. His eminence had told him about this before, and he had also specially prepared for it. However, the situation did not go according to his wishes. After all, he had already entered the realm of 70%. Oh, he could not even let out a fart. I'm also trying my best. My eminence also reminded me that it can be done, but it may require a lot of effort. Sui Feng suddenly looked up at Hui Jun. Speaking of which, we still don't know if you were the first generation or the second generation. When you awakened, we were all busy. At the mention of this, Hui looked up to the sky and spat out his soul. He collapsed on the sofa. To everyone's surprise, it was the little angel who answered for him. I heard about it when I went to the inner land of origin. Hui is the first generation, and so is Yuanji. Sui Feng's eyes widened. He counted with his fingers and said, "Let me see. Shuang Shuang, Hui Jun, Jing Yuanji, 3 stable generations, plus Qing Jun, who is expected to become the first generation after a period of struggle, and the guy who burned himself like a match for half an era, and Dao Tian yourself. Wow, there's so many generations in this batch. It has already been 6. Hui covered his face with his hands. But I just want to be lazy. Sui Feng pushed his nose bridge and pointed at Feng with a serious face. How can you face Feng who is lying on the sickbed? Hey, I'm kidding. Do you think we don't know you? Every day you say you want to be lazy, and every day you try to activate the original domain. Last time, I saw you hit the wall with all your strength. You even asked Feng's shadow to beat you up tens of thousands of times. Hui grimaced. Yes, I am risking my life to activate the original domain. But from the bottom of my heart, I really just want to be lazy and forget it. Siyu was playing with a small toy in her hand. Suddenly, she asked casually, Am I still the second generation? For now, you and Qing Huang are still the second generation. Sui Feng looked at them and nodded. Seeing that Lin Sanjiu was a little dizzy, he wanted to explain again. In the early stage, when you officially become an inheritor, you are judged based on the compatibility of the original energy and the original law. This is the beginning and also the starting line. The better the compatibility, the better the adaptability, and the more likely you are to be the first generation. For example, Shuang Shuang, Hui Jun, and Jing Yuanji are very compatible with the original energy that they have inherited, so they're considered the first generation from the beginning. However, one's own standards will change. Compatibility and adaptability will change step by step. So, even if you have passed the beginning, they will still be the standard to judge whether you are the first generation or the second generation. In addition, there is another standard. If you can transform the original energy to 90%, you will be considered the first generation inheritor. Teachers said that if you can reach 90% of the original energy, you will have already overcome all the difficulties. At most, you will be considered a slower generation. Xiaoshi added, although the first and second generations will eventually arrive at the same place, the pure second generation will be stuck at the 80% threshold. Without Her Eminence's help, he'll be stuck there forever. The reason for this is, well, I don't really understand. I've only heard about it, but we haven't encountered it yet. Perhaps we'll understand after a while. We held his forehead. There are so many standards. Maybe it is because the chaos era has been too long, and they have taken in a lot of inheritors and trained generation after generation. That is why they came up with such a situation. In fact, it is just a lot of standards that the original god of origin and the others set for their own convenience. Once they are distinguished, they can prescribe the right medicine. What the inheritors need to do is to try their best and play with their own lives. When they can't take it anymore, get stuck, or die, their eminence will take them to receive education of love or something. After that, they will continue to move forward. Sui Feng's cheeks twitched. You have summed it up well. He looked at Siyu and Blue Phoenix with a bitter smile. The two of you have good compatibility with your own origin energy. You are the best of the best among the second generation. But, well, there is a problem here that I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone looked at Siyu and Blue Phoenix, who looked a little uneasy. Finally, they looked at Sui Feng curiously and listened as he slowly explained, Blue Phoenix wants to charge into the enemy with Brother Maple, but your origin energy is of the blessing element, So, it's a little against your will. Your own thoughts are the easiest to affect your own path, and it will also hinder your progress in adaptability and compatibility. See you. You're a little late to creation, and the heir who created her eminence is quite special. I should say it's troublesome. It's not easy to find an heir who created her eminence, and the requirements are quite strict. We heard from her eminence himself that there are a lot of things that require his guidance along the way, and it's more of an experience. See you, having survived half an era. I'm sure you know that. See you's pretty face turned pale. She covered her forehead and trembled. She fell into Blue Phoenix's arms. Structure, creation, so scary, so scary. Everyone thought, another one has been driven crazy. Sui Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. That is the reason why one of the 49 weakened powers is one of the powers that created her eminence. It is said that reaching the true limit and the weakened limit are two completely different paths. To complete the path of the true power of inheritance, one can sing and dance, jump and run on the weakened path. One can even walk back and forth 3 or 4 times. Everyone was speechless. What kind of weird saying was that? See, he took a deep breath and fainted in Blue Phoenix's arms. Blue Phoenix could not help but smile bitterly. Sui Feng shrugged and continued. Therefore, without the guidance of her eminence, Siyu's future path may not be easy. That is why she can only be judged as a second-generation successor. After all, compatibility and adaptability are partly due to her. The rest is all due to force majeure. According to the average successor, the ratio should be 8-2. But Siyu's ratio is 3-7. Hui was speechless. Isn't this all due to force majeure? The path is blocked. Sui Feng glanced at Siyu, who fainted with a little toy in her hand. Seeing that Siyu wanted to say something, Sui Feng seized the opportunity to speak first. Theoretically speaking, this part of the path will be very, very difficult without guidance. But it will not be completely blocked. At most, the wall will be very hard. Like Feng Ling, she can lift the door and the wall together. Everyone was speechless. This was truly a terrifying piece of news. Everyone knew that as long as an observer was close to or connected to something, the degree of difficulty would become like a joke. It could change any time, but overall, it would only go up and not down. Look at Siyu, that unlucky child. She fainted right after she woke up. Okay, let's not talk about this. We did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and finished his tea. He stood up first. Let's play with our own domain of origin and try to prepare this surprise before that sick person wakes up. Ahem, we have guessed wrong in the previous questions. Do you want to guess who will be the first to touch the domain of origin this time? At the mention of this topic, everyone sat up straight. Even a frightened Siyu bounced up. Everyone looked at each other for a while, thinking about all kinds of situations. Suddenly, Shuang stood up and sat next to an observer. She smiled and said to everyone, "Well, this is my answer." Everyone was speechless. Can that person participate in the competition? Unconventional contestants are not allowed to participate, right? Is that right? We seem to have expected this. He crossed his hands and covered his mouth, pretending to be a schemer. If you want to talk about Feng, you have to add detailed conditions. Shuang was very firm. When he wakes up, everyone was speechless. Usually, when someone wakes up, there will be big news. As everyone knows, the longer an observer sleeps, the bigger the news. There is no guarantee that he will wake up with the domain of origin this time. The probability is very high. We seem to know this. He smiled inexplicably. It's okay. We still have a chance. Who knows how long Feng will sleep? Of course, I know that Feng will announce big news as soon as he wakes up. You think I didn't think of that? As long as we touch the domain of origin before he wakes up, it will be fine. According to what I know about him, this time, the overhaul will take hundreds of millions of years. Let's wait. Let's go and touch the domain of origin. The answer will be announced after a while when we sit down together. Everyone saw a certain guardian rushing out of the conch house like the wind. They all had a strange look on their faces. Why was this competitive spirit suddenly ignited? Compared to the sick person, Wasn't it because they were taking things too hard? TSK, perhaps this was the motivation to catch up. It was not incomprehensible. Well, that's right. This level of chasing would make one bald. At the very least, they knew that they could not torture themselves to the point of not resting for 5.5 years. From this point alone, they could not endure a certain observer. Forget it, there was no point in thinking about it. Everyone had their own unique pace of progress, and there was no need to think too much about it. If they thought too much about it, they would not be able to grasp their own pace. They should just continue to move forward as per normal. After understanding this, everyone sat there for a while before getting up. They took turns to look at the person on the sickbed for a while before slowly slipping out. It was time to fight. Although they did not intend to follow in the footsteps of that lunatic in the void, they still had to move forward. They just had to keep moving forward. That was what he said. There was still time now, but it was also urgent. Time to relax occasionally was enough. Now that they were done, it was time to get down to business. Well, the domain of origin. If possible, they really want to touch it. It was not just to surprise a certain observer, but also to prepare for the future battle. In short, they had to give it a shot. Sitting by the bed, the little angel watched them leave. Her gaze was a little spellbound as she looked at little star on the bed. After a long time, she sighed softly. Hundreds of millions of years, She moved the screen back to its original position and then crawled under the blanket to hug him. She stretched out her wings and wrapped the two of them together. Looking at little Xingxing's sleeping face, she sighed faintly. Although I always advise you to rest, but I didn't expect that after you quieted down, time would be so difficult to bear. It was clear that half an era had passed easily, but when he fell into a deep slumber, she felt that time was endless. This feeling was much clearer than usual, so much so that it made her feel a little bored. She was not like the others. As the inheritors, they had a lot of things to do every day. At this moment, the things that she could do had stopped along with his deep slumber. Since that was the case, she might as well sleep with him. It would not be too long, just a blink of an eye. Time flew by quickly as everyone was busy. The void would erase all traces of its existence one by one until nothing was left. Whether it was thousands of years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years, there would not be any traces left. It was the same in the void, and so was the front line of the void. In the observer dimension, as endless time passed, it still maintained the same scene that had not changed for countless years. The surging sea of energy, the towering waves, and the ice field of the concept dimension. Today, as usual, one side of the ice field was still quiet, and the other side had some slight movement. They had walked back and forth countless times, but they did not see any changes. The ice field was still the same, the snow was still dancing, and the sky was still clean and clear. It was not completely unchanged. In a corner of the ice field, above the ice field where the ice lotus was, the ring of frost descent gathered a storm and a large amount of ice and snow. As the wind blew, the snowstorm made the sky on their side a little darker from time to time, but it would return to normal after a while. The movement over there had been for many years. He thought. It was probably after Shuang said, 90% I need to slow down. Let me take a look at the domain of origin. There had been a snowstorm over there. The girl's words really made their hearts tremble. What did she mean by 90% she needed to slow down? Even if they knew that she was the life form of origin, wasn't that too ridiculous? After 90%, it was the path to the pinnacle. When it came to the stage where Maple said that the path would change one's appearance, she probably would not be able to figure it out in a short time. But 90%, that was, in short, it was ridiculous. They had been shocked by the girl's ridiculousness several times, but they did not expect that they could still be shocked to the point where their heads were numb and dizzy. Even the cold of the ice field could not wake them up a little. But then again, the domain of origin. Exploration was not going well. Whether it was him or the others, it was not going well. After a long period of trying and failing, he continued to explore the conditions. At present, the transformation of the origin energy was about 80%. Even so, his domain of origin did not have any movement. This was probably what Maple meant. Either she did not intend to open the door, or she intended to shut the door in his face. Sigh. Now he knew why Maple insisted on holding on after getting a little clue. If it were him, he might have done the same. After so many years of exploration, he finally got a little clue. If he woke up and lost everything, wouldn't it be a big loss? No matter what, he had to wait for this hard-won clue to become a cornerstone and take root. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. He turned to look at the conch house and could not help but mutter to himself, Maple, Maple, I said that it was in the hundreds of millions of years, but it has been more than 2 billion years. You should wake up, right? Your girls miss you very much. You should wake up and see them. They have been working very hard these years. Their hard work has been led astray by you. Look at how hard they are working. This forget it. He could not help but sigh. Raising the teacup and looking at the colorful tea inside, he tilted his head back and splashed it on his face. He carelessly wiped his face and sighed again. In the past, he was always worried about Maple, worried that he would play himself to death. But now that he was not here, it seemed a little boring. When he was running back and forth between 2 points in one line, he would be tired. Every time he came here, he would see him sitting there, maintaining a calm and steady posture. He would greet them, thank each other for their hard work, talk about the recent situation, chat a little and laugh a little. The time to relax would pass quickly, and it was very comfortable. Just like the morning star that had taken root here for a long time. As long as it existed, as long as they could see it, they would naturally relax. Being used to a world illuminated by light. How could he be willing to suffer alone in the dark and lonely wilderness? Now that the morning star was resting, the door of the conch house in a world of ice and snow was empty, and he was the only one sitting here. His angelic girl probably found it too boring and really had nothing to do, so she followed him into dreamland. Speaking of which, the news of the final battle, remembering that more than 2 billion years had passed, he suddenly remembered that there was something he had not done and could not help but slap his forehead. But then he thought again, forget it. I'll wait until Maple comes out. When he wakes up and tells everyone about the big news, the effect would probably be better. I'll just treat it as stabilizing the morale of the army. Bah, treat it as giving everyone a long-lasting incentive. Well, there's still time. There's still time now. There's no need to be too anxious. Take it slow. Take it one step at a time. There's no use in being anxious now except to die from anxiety. Forget it. I'll talk to little Ching-zi. Treat it as a regular contact, lest he thinks that something happened to them without saying a word. Hey, little Ching-zi, how are you these days? Oh, as long as you're fine. No mission. I just want to talk to you and ask, how many advanced tiers are there in the Void frontline? Oh, 30%, right? 30% after more than 2 billion years. That's about the same number, and the speed will slowly slow down later. Oh, I'm finally at the level where advanced primeval are everywhere. Damn it, I'm so happy. I really want those bastards in the underworld to throw out 20 batches of advanced primeval to beat them to death. I Ching, who was punching in, stamped an extra stamp with a tremble of his hand. Can you not say that? Oh, what's there to be afraid of? With our current combat power, as long as it's not a peak primeval or a chaos concept body, it's not a problem. Hui smacked his lips and snorted. They've been dominating for more than a dozen eras. We have to stand up, you know. Although I know that's what you mean, I Ching smiled bitterly and thought that it was better not to dwell on this topic too much, lest Huey's strange ideas came to his mind. How's Lord Feng? Hasn't he woken up yet? Your Lord Feng. Hui sighed softly, scratching his forehead and muttering, he's sleeping like a log. He hasn't moved for 2 billion years after returning to the factory for major repairs. God knows if he's... His voice paused halfway when he suddenly saw ripples on the newly poured tea in his hand. His gaze trembled slightly. Firstly, he wasn't swaying back and forth. Secondly, he wasn't so old that his hands and feet were trembling. The sudden energy fluctuation made the entire ice field tremble, and the tea spilled all over him. He hurriedly put down the cup and glanced at the source of the tremor. His eyes widened slightly as he said, Little Ching-zi, seal off Node 0 City. No, it's not that urgent. You just have to make sure that no aura leaks out of this place. Hui immediately stood up and looked at the conch house. He raised his hand, and a golden energy barrier quickly spread out, supporting the observer space. Your Lord Feng woke up because of your nagging. Damn, this movement. Damn, the eye's surface is cracking. He's going to cause trouble. Damn, I'll stop talking first. I have to prepare to receive guests. Anyway, hurry up and seal off Node Zero City. Don't let the underworld know what's going on here. Don't let them know even if it's just a billionth of the aura. Little Qing Zi listened to the sound of the soul message disappearing. He was silent for a while, and then covered his head with a distressed face and sighed. Lord Feng was always associated with big movements. Even when he got out of bed, there was such a big commotion. He ordered through the soul message, "Ah, everyone, Node Zero has entered a sealed state of energy. Everyone in the realm of order. Wake up, block them in front of the door, and kill them. Nothing could be better than breaking through the door." This? Your Excellency I Ching, what's with this sudden order? Guys, get up. Bring the realm of order and kill them. Kill them. Don't let even a drop of ink go. I Ching smiled bitterly. I don't know. Something happened in the observer space. It seems that Lord Feng's time to go back to the factory is over. From Lord Huey's anxious tone, it's most likely, I understand. Explosions, explosions, and explosions. Or even bigger fireworks, and void disaster-level fireworks. Cough, cough. Throw 2 more energy towers over there. There are more cracks here, so make sure they're all blocked. Hey, is this Node 1 next door? Yes, it's Node 0. We are setting off fireworks. You guys cooperate with us and block the entrance. Don't let them come out. What? You're asking why? Let's go all out. If you have any questions, ask His Excellency I Ching later. I Ching thought for a moment and said, "Oh." The acting has to be done well. He was so focused on Lord Feng that he almost forgot about the situation here. He had to arrange for more nodes to block the death fog abyss crack for a while. It doesn't matter if there's an audience or not. If there is an audience, it would be embarrassing if he didn't act well. Chapter 2072. The Primordial Source. The Primordial Source's aura had not weakened for a long time. Perhaps to the primordial source that was buried deep in the void, weakening and weakening was something unimaginable. The primordial source had stopped changing the moment the great Yuan realm was born. The primordial source, who was immersed in the bottom of the sea, had accompanied the primordial source to create the environment of the primordial source. Later, with the turmoil, the primordial source had personally witnessed the changes in its neighbor. It had seen the primordial source weaken continuously from the disturbances, but it did not understand why such a change would happen, because it did not understand what change was. The primordial source that was eternally fixed here would not understand the meaning of the changes in the world. What was he? The primordial source's creation, the primordial source's representative? Could it be a specific change that occurred when the primordial source evolved to a certain stage? Or could it be a change that occurred when the primordial source made a small change? The primordial source that stood eternally, could it be that he was born because it wanted to detect the changes in other places? Using him as a vision to observe the changes in the world, to witness the changes in the void. Maybe he was overthinking. The primordial source was silent and would not make any movements. What he thought was just his own guess. In fact, the primordial source might not be anything at all. It was just that he did not know. The search for meaning could be discussed until the void was destroyed. What meaning was given to something depended entirely on what it was thinking at the moment. Usually, he would not delve deeply into these matters. As for the meaning, he could not be sure. This time, it was just that he had slept in the primordial source for too long. After returning to the primordial source and being deeply integrated with it for too long, his thoughts suddenly ran wild. Perhaps it was because he had slept for too long, or perhaps it was really as he thought. The primordial source had given him a certain stage of his life. It was like the primordial source had given something a meaning called the primordial will. Although his thoughts would be affected by the world, Perhaps it was still the thoughts of the primordial source. After breaking away from eternity and falling into infinite changes, anything could change. The void could change, and the primordial source would naturally change as well. The primordial source's movements? She wanted to tell him not to think too much. Is that really the case? Strangely enough, the primordial also had its own activities, but generally speaking, it was hard to detect. He could only faintly sense the primordial's activities when he was deeply integrated with the primordial's will. Although he had said something like, "in the name of the primordial," when he was talking nonsense, it was different from being proven to be true. When he was proven to be related to the primordial, he felt a chill run down his spine. Where did the primordial's consciousness come from? Cough, cough. That was what it meant. The nest built in the deep sea trembled slightly. The nest that the primordial source and the primordial source had transformed into open little by little. Yin Nuashing, who had been sleeping here, slowly opened her colorful eyes. She slowly stretched her curled-up body and sat up. She stared blankly at the empty space in front of her for a while and yawned. I don't know how long it has been. I took the initiative to return to the factory for major repairs, so I shouldn't be lying there for too long. Although I had to return to the factory for major repairs because I was at the limit of my limit, it should be, in short, it shouldn't be longer than the time needed to recover from moderate collapse. He had been lying there quietly for so many years. I don't know if Hui and the others would carry him away to be buried or something. I hope they don't destroy his body. However, there should be a girl looking after him. Most likely, it's the little angel looking after him. Those things shouldn't happen. They're all busy themselves. Why would they have the time to mess with him? He rubbed his eyes and yawned. After a while, he opened his eyes. Looking at the colorful primordial source in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked. What he saw was like a colorful painting with black dots drawn on it. The black dots were the primordial source's primordial source, and the remaining colorful part was the primordial source that had been inexplicably colored. Of course, these changes were not caused by the primordial source's primordial source. The primordial source would not change. Well, there probably would not be any change. At least, it rarely happened. Well, let's not talk about that first. Back to the painting in front of him. This was actually a change caused by him. The primordial source and the primordial source's energy seemed to be still active when he was asleep. The two energies rubbed together on their own. Then, because he was deeply integrated with the primordial source, so the primordial source carried the breath of the primordial source and manifested here. It became this strange, colorful painting in front of him. Probably because it was still the breath of the primordial source, it did not cause any strange changes. He was thankful that there was no thunder to wake him up when he was asleep. The area affected was not very large. It was just a certain distance around the nest. Looking at it again after this distance, the primordial source's primordial source was still pitch black. Phew! He let out a long sigh of relief. An unprecedented sense of comfort came from his soul. He knew that the fatigue of 5.5 eras had completely dissipated. Now, he could really say that he was in good condition. Phew, I should get up first. This hibernation will not be too short. I wonder what's going on outside. Is everyone still riveting and fighting the primordial source's power head-on? He turned his head and looked at the nest made of wings. His cheeks twitched. Probably when he was integrated with the primordial source, he thought of his own little quilt, so the nest became like this. That girl's wings were really comfortable on his body. He could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. He quickly threw these strange thoughts aside and turned around. His consciousness faded little by little. The sound of the waves crashing on the shore echoed in his ears. The light in his eyes only disappeared for a moment before it lit up again. This time, the light that lit up was the light of the outside world. At the same time, Yin Nuashing was preparing to wake up from the primordial source's environment. At the same time, in the observer dimension, more than 100 second-generation inheritors were now gathered around the Fortress of Origin. They were throwing out waves of energy onto the Fortress of Origin to strengthen its domain. More than 100 kinds of primordial sources' energy surged and dyed the entire fortress in a gorgeous color. Hui and the others were still gathered in the concept dimension. He had already thrown out thousands of guardian shields, sprinkling them all over the observer dimension so that the power of the barrier could be evenly spread to every corner. Frost activated the halo of frost descent, blowing a huge ice storm hundreds of thousands of miles wide. From afar, one could see a thick cloud of ice and snow that contained a huge amount of energy spinning rapidly in the sky. It was so powerful that the ice, snow, and cold wind that fell on the entire observer dimension were far colder than usual, causing everyone to shiver. This girl's ice storm was too cold, and it was actually a series of accidental injuries to teammates. Blue Phoenix stood on the ice wasteland in her Law Order energy form. Tricolored light flickered on her body, leaving a 1-meter-long trail of light behind her. The violent energy that kept erupting turned into a domain of flames that covered the entire ice wasteland. The ice wasteland, which had already been torn apart by the vibrations, constantly released a crystal-clear light to block the sea of flames that could burn through the void. Affected by both the ice storm and the fiery storm, everyone was suffering unspeakably. This was truly a combination of ice and fire, the ultimate enjoyment to the point of dying. They laughed bitterly as they desperately strengthened their defensive power, afraid that something bad would happen if they were not careful. It appeared that the two girls were fighting at first glance, but that was not the case. Excluding Maple, the two girls were the ones with the greatest combat ability in their party at present. A certain void duo who had been forced to move expressed their dissatisfaction and gloom. In truth, it was none of their business, even if it was still them since they were not energy masters. Now, they were using their power to suppress the rapidly expanding and spreading power within the observer space. The others were also doing their best to support it, and it was already affecting the observer space's doorway. Little Ching and the others were leading others to seal the zero node without leaving a trace, hurriedly throwing a bunch of energy towers in front of the doorway to strengthen the suppression. It was a power they could muster in an emergency, and the power that was continuously strengthening and suppressing, it was still stacking little by little. That could not be rushed at all, but even so, the power that was constantly expanding and spreading was still thickening little by little, to the point that it could crush them along with the void. As for the source that caused them to make such a big fuss, he raised his head and looked at the conch house. The light of primordial descended from the sky, and the originally gentle aurora-like light of primordial light was dyed red and black by the sky, as if some kind of ferocious light was spewing out from hell. The dark red and black light dyed the light of primordial light red and covered the entire space. Huge cracks appeared in the sky, and the colorful Milky Way flowed out from the cracks, flowing freely in the sky and on the ground. The light that spread out merged with the red and black space, making the space even more strange and frightening. An unstoppable aura of destruction surrounded everyone, making them feel slightly frightened. It was as if there was a big red and black hand holding their souls in its palm, and it only needed to pinch lightly to destroy them. It was also as if it had grabbed their hearts, and every time it contracted and pulsed, they could feel that the claw was using some force to pinch their hearts, and the feeling of feedback was that their souls could not help but tremble and tingle. Even if they used all the strength they could muster, they could only barely block the main effect of this destructive energy on them. As for the pressure and intimidation that could shake the world, they could not completely cancel it out. The domain of destruction. The domain of destruction mixed with other origin energies can't completely block it. Try to deflect the wave of destruction. Don't face it head on. Xiaoshi was sweating profusely as she helped to carry the guardian shield. The purple gold patterns on her body flashed with a dazzling light. The tens of millions of purple gold, alls erected in all directions, had begun to collapse in the torrent of destructive energy. One after another, the magic circles burst into flames when the energy was annihilated. They used their concept-level domain, the order domain of the Fortress of Origin, and the full power of more than 100 high-ranking Yuanshir's inheritors to suppress it, but they could barely suppress the core destructive force of the domain. There was no way to filter out the awe. If they could not think of a way to change the current situation, they would not be able to maintain their strength due to the awe if they continued to hold on. Lady Hui, the power of the domain of destruction has covered half of the Node City. The energy has blown up 3 batches of energy towers. Wah! I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on anymore. Little Qingzi cried out loudly. Judging from his voice, he was most likely sent flying by the explosion of energy. Judging from the clanking sounds, he was most likely embedded in the wall. Everyone, run away. Bring out the inventory. Anyway, first, suppress the domain that is gradually expanding. Suppress it more at the front line. Don't let any of the abyssal death mist spawns come out. If they dare to poke their heads out, chop their heads off. Is anyone there? Is there anyone who can help? Bring out the level 1 energy towers quickly. Change them to energy sources and bring them up. Bring out the personal energy towers too. Don't worry about the front line. Trust our brothers and sisters at the front line. If you have the time to care about the front line, why don't you suppress this thing in front of you? If the domain continues to expand, we will have to rebuild Node 0 again. Hui listened to the screams in the soul transmission. He felt his scalp go numb. He quickly looked at the shimmering angelic girl beside him. Ming, you have to think of something. The little angel was pressing on her burnt wings. She looked at him with a dumbfounded expression and opened her mouth. That was too much for her. She was thrown out by the sudden explosion of the destructive domain when she was still asleep. She was still in a daze and was probably in a terrible state. Now that she was fine, he didn't have time to think about anything else. While everyone was hurriedly using various methods to deal with the emergency, the reddish-black sky suddenly brightened a little, causing everyone to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their heads, only to see a white-colored aura gushing out from the conch house like a fountain, adding fuel to the already unstable space. The wanton eruption of the Genesis aura caused the space that had just stabilized to tremble once again. The continuously increasing vibrations caused everyone's mouths to tremble, while their ears seemed to catch the creaking sounds of space crumbling. In reality, they could also see a crack that led to the Genesis domain slowly opening. Gasp! The moment the crack leading to the source space opened, everyone's face turned pale. Hui Jun's face was pale as he immediately held his shield with both hands. Just as he was about to rush into the center of the domain to block the crack leading to the source space, the entire domain suddenly trembled. Suddenly, a tranquil aura covered the entire reddish-black space, startling them. In this aura, there was a sense of peace. It came so suddenly that Hui was stunned and did not rush out. The destructive energy that was constantly erupting like a raging tide receded without warning. The reddish-black space quickly shrank and shrank. The initial light trembled twice, leaving behind a large number of energy particles and dissipating. The crack leading to the source space also closed in an instant, not allowing the source space to flow back into this space. Little Greenie, who was still fighting against hundreds of energy towers and destructive energy, suddenly felt the pressure drop. He could not help but be startled. Looking at the reddish-black space in front of him rapidly retreating, he immediately understood after thinking for half a second. He hurriedly shouted, "Master Hui, the destructive energy has retreated. It has retreated. The Node City is safe. I see it. Probably that bastard has woken up. Phew, damn it. I almost rushed up to block the crack with my flesh. Deal with it according to the standard state of a void-level disaster. Let everyone at the front line charge for a while more, then slowly retreat. Act until the end. I'll leave the cleaning up to you." Hui wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and let out a long breath. Little Greenie sat on the ground exhausted. He used his hand to fan himself and nodded with a bitter smile. Understood. Phew, I'm so tired. I don't want to move for the next 2 days. I haven't been this tired since I reached the higher level of Yuanshir. By the way, you should take a look at Master Feng's condition. Master Feng's condition? Huey's face twitched, and his hand that was holding the shield trembled slightly. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, before they could say anything, they saw a figure appear in front of the conch house. She covered her mouth and yawned as she walked out. After a while, she stretched her body in a small area, and there was a crackling sound of energy exploding from her body. Finally, she raised her head and looked at them, who were in a sorry state. She smiled brightly and raised her hand to greet them. Good morning. The veins on Huey's forehead were bursting. He rushed forward while cursing. Good morning, my ass. Hit me with the holy shock. Yin Nuashing had just finished laughing when she saw Hui rushing towards her with a burst of golden light. She could not help but turn pale. She quickly pressed her hands together and used all her strength to hold back her energy. Don't come over. I'm still. One of the guardians who was yelling slammed his shield down on Huey's head. However, before he could get half a meter closer, a thick reddish-black energy burst out of his body uncontrollably and spontaneously collided with Huey's shield. Bang! The mighty energy impact burst out in an instant. Hui only felt as if his fist had chiseled a soft energy barrier. A strong counterattack energy suddenly surged out from the front, making him look surprised. Ah! As soon as everyone got closer, they heard a cry of surprise and the sound of energy explosion. One of the guardians turned into a reddish-black meteor and flew out, disappearing into the horizon of the conceptual space. They were stunned. Yin Nuashing turned her head with a bitter smile and hurriedly finished what she had just said. We can't hold back the destructive energy now. Don't be impulsive. We'll wait for you to come back and settle the score later, okay? He sighed and shrugged at the confused crowd. He repeated, wait until autumn to settle the score. I'm still. Everyone trembled and shook their heads vigorously. They said in unison, no. We can't. Yin Nuashing walked forward with a bitter smile. When she saw the little angel and Blue Phoenix coming over anxiously, she quickened her pace. Her face was full of distress. Blue Phoenix, your hair is messy. Why is your face so dirty? Shuang. Lower the chill a little. Xiao Yu is going to be frozen by you. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Yuan Ji, you don't have to poke your hand into my clothes. Iki, who bit my ear? Don't take advantage of me in public. Everyone, this scene was a little too cheerful. Just a moment ago, they were anxiously and united to resist the void-level disaster. Now, the atmosphere had eased up when they were done, and everyone saw the sorry figure of a certain observer. Well, they suddenly felt much better, and their hearts were slightly at ease. After the initial chaos and surprise, everyone quickly quieted down and sat down at the table. Hui also rushed back with his messy hair. Yin Nuashing had just finished a pot of tea. Seeing Huey's sorry figure, she wanted to say a word of concern. But for some reason, she blurted out, is the destructive energy's automatic defense power fun? Huey's face twitched. He scratched his messy hair and sat down. He looked at Feng from head to toe for a while with a gloomy face. I know you're going to make big news when you come out, but I didn't expect this big news to make the entire Void frontline lively. You're such a big trouble. You won't even let your own people go. Well, Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. Isn't that good? The Void frontline hasn't been so lively for a long time, hasn't it? Letting everyone move around helps. Well, it's my fault. When I woke up, the destruction domain had already gone out for a few minutes. It probably couldn't control itself after sleeping for too long and woke up with me to move around. Aha! Everyone rolled their eyes. Luckily, they were used to it and reacted quickly enough. When the disaster was brewing, they had already made a series of arrangements with lightning speed. Otherwise, there was no telling how much destruction this void-level disaster would cause. Anyway, it would not be better than now. Xiao Shi had been staring at Ling. After staring at him for a while, she finally could not help but move closer. Under everyone's gaze, she suddenly lifted Ling's chin with her hand and bent down. Their faces were only a few inches apart. Everyone was stunned. Yin Nuashing was also stunned for a moment. She looked into Xiao Shi's purple-gold eyes for a while. Xiao Shi said in surprise, "Your origin energy." This aura, Yin Nuoxing understood. She then showed a mysterious smile and winked at Xiao Shi with her right eye. She then turned to look at everyone. "So, as you all expected, I have two pieces of good news. I don't know which one you want to hear first." Hui raised his guardian shield on the spot, but when he saw the faint red and black runes on his forehead, he quietly put it down. He coughed dryly and sent himself flying with a shield bash. "We already know one of them, the origin domain. Phew, in the end, I still couldn't get the origin domain before you. I'm not happy. No, happy, very happy. So I'll congratulate you first for getting the origin domain, but I'm still not happy." Everyone was speechless. "Are you happy, or overly happy?" This, Yin Nuoxing could not help but smile bitterly. Before revealing the surprise, she asked, "Speaking of which, how long have I been lying down?" "Not long." Hui flicked 3 fingers. "More than 2 billion years, close to 3 billion years." Is that so? That's okay, if it's only about 3 billion years." Yin Nuoxing made no sound. She looked at everyone and smiled for a while. Then she looked at Xiao Shi, who was still in shock, as if she was still confirming something. In fact, Xiao Shi has almost realized it. "Then I won't keep you in suspense. My destruction energy is fully charged." The entire concept-level space fell silent. Everyone who was standing on the other side of the space turned around and stared with their eyes wide open. Huey's cheeks twitched. He stared at Xiao Shi as if he had seen a ghost. He could not help but say, "Can we call you the god of destruction now? Call you Chue." Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. "It's just my energy that's close to her. In fact, there's a lot more to it, and it's something that I can't deal with at the moment. This time, I really can't deal with it. The isolated destruction energies rule power, the related order power, the destruction runes, divinity, and divine right are all at this level for the time being. I have reached the end point. There's no possibility for me to poke my head out and explore for the time being." Huey's cheeks continued to twitch. "The problem of the realm? Yes. The heavenly path of the realm has imposed the strictest and most unnegotiable restriction on me. She finally made a move on me, the little one." Yin Nuoxing spread her hands and sighed. "This can only be said to be the beginning of another phase. Like I've said before, what they tried to achieve is just a state of calmness. It's not the same thing at all. Now, everything about the destruction energy has reached the end of its current path. Looking around, it's as if I'm standing on top of a tower. I'm surrounded by so many chains that me would die if she looked at them. It's my own reason for locking me down, not leaving a single hole for me." Hui replied in a daze, "Then should we change paths?" "That's true, but not now." Yin Nuoxing took a sip of tea and let out a long sigh. "Now, we can only adapt and get used to this situation. It was a coincidence that we were forcefully pulled to the end this time, and, no, it was because of the influence of the cause that we left behind. After we plucked the fruit, it became like this. Well, it was the result of forcefully achieving it. There was a part of the road that we skipped while jumping around. Therefore, we still have to get used to it again, or else." He looked up at Hui and laughed dryly. "Or else we'll be like how you tried to beat me up just now, thrown away by its overreaction. So, how did you feel about the automatic counterattack just now?" Huey's face twitched. "Terrible. I almost suffocated." He rolled his eyes and looked at Maple as he changed the topic. "Have you rested enough? You've been lying in bed for almost 3 billion years this time. You returned to the factory for major repairs, right? Don't tell me you're..." "Yes, I'm dealing with the origin energy and the origin domain, or I'll beat you up today." Yin Nuoxing crossed her arms and smiled. "Of course, I'm going to rest. Although it's half-hearted. The tiredness of 5.5 centuries has finally dissipated. Now I just feel refreshed, as if I've thrown away some heavy things and come back to life." He looked up and said, half-jokingly, "Why don't we go to the underworld now? I feel like I'm in good shape." Everyone was speechless. Is this guy full of himself? Chapter 2073. Now is not the best time to attack. Preparation before a battle was a long process. At least, they were not ready yet. Everyone was not ready, and he was not ready either. Let's not talk about the fact that they would never be ready. Let's talk about the bottom line. They had to face the chaos conceptual entity and at least two peak Yuanshu realm experts at the same time. Theoretically speaking, they had to overcome this difficulty before they could attack. Before that, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. But if the attack failed, their efforts over the past few eras would all be for naught. Like smoke, they could just wave their hand and disappear, leaving nothing behind. For them and the Void frontline, it was still an insurmountable mountain. Whether it was theory or reality, it was an unshakable obstacle. Even if they had thousands of ideas, they could only hold it in for a while. Before the Void announced the arrival of the time, while the underworld was still busy stirring up trouble, they still had time to prepare for the one and only chance to attack. Retreat. There was no retreat. There was never a need for it. What a familiar, busy state. Hui tilted his head and looked at Maple, who had a thoughtful look on his face. But I think it's better to say it in advance. You won't tire yourself out again, will you? I just woke up. How can I tire myself out so easily? This time, I've really gotten rid of all the accumulated fatigue. Can't you see that I'm much more relaxed? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him, her palm sweeping down the wings of the little angel. Oh, it's a very obvious change. I can see that you're no longer gloomy and half-dead. Hui shrugged. Even though he knew that Maple was in good condition, he did not agree or disagree with Maple's statement that it was not that easy to fall to the ground. Everyone knew that if Maple wanted to kill him, he would not be able to stop him. So, Executor Sage, based on your habits, you will be messing with a lot of strange things this time, right? Of course. You know that I definitely won't be lenient when it comes to maximizing my attack power. It wasn't easy to reach this realm, so I can't be satisfied with just climbing up. Of course, I have to do my best to pull everything I can get. It's naturally better if I can pull it to my current position. The corner of Yin Nuoxing's mouth twitched as she turned her gaze towards the Fort of Origins. Either way, let's focus on what we can reach now. The Fort of Origins, arrange for some special energy towers, and think about how to deal with the chaos domain of the chaos concept body. Block it first, and then destroy it. Hui felt a little helpless. He had already said that the matter that Feng was going to deal with was the core of the core. Just listening to it made him tired. Besides, they really couldn't do anything to help in this regard. At this time, they could only turn into a group of listeners and be responsible for listening. At most, they could say a few words and give some suggestions. Look at you deep in thought. Do you have any ideas? Some of them are crude. It will take some time to perfect, adjust, and finally implement them. The success rate is considerable, but just takes time. And Yin Nuoxing's hand that was stroking her wings paused, her expression stiff as she pointed at herself. The scrap rate of materials is also quite high. Hui rolled his eyes hard. Listen. What did he say just now? I've already said that this guy has a lot of ways to kill me. Wouldn't the 3 or 4 things that he listed leave bloody footprints in each step? That bastard doesn't take me seriously at all. What the hell is scrap rate of materials? Scrap rate. 100 billion years. Seeing Hui and the little angel glaring at her, as if they wanted to pin her down, Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and quickly waved her hand. But it'll have to be delayed for a while. I can't do it now. I'm still adapting to the energy of destruction. It's not a matter of delay at all. Hui slammed the table and stood up. Yin Nuoxing nodded and admitted. It's a matter of life and death. All right, I've already said those things many times. It's pointless to say it again. For me, what I need to do is just moving from one thing to another. Or rather, I've entered another phase. The phase of preparing for the final hurdle. As for the things before, the source laws, the sea of energy, and so on are just laying the foundation. Hui sat down, crossed his legs, and held his chin. He did not intend to be entangled in this nonsensical topic. Building the foundation is still all right, after spending so much effort. It is indeed a matter of the foundation. So what do you want to do? Do you need help? We have a bunch of high-level primeval now. They can help. Well, Yin Nuoxing looked away. You guys really can't help. Hey. Make yourself clear. It's fine if you can't help with the first few things, but you guys should be able to help with the matter of dealing with the chaos concept body, right? Did you become arrogant after touching the origin domain? Now you can take on the chaos concept body alone? Then pretend I didn't say anything. One-on-one, my ass. You can't even beat the chaos concept body alone. Are you rushing to give yourself a cold dish? Yin Nuoxing's pretty face was troubled. She looked up and sighed. Of course you guys can be of use, but that's only in the actual battle. However, there are some special aspects of dealing with the chaos concept body, that is chaos domain. Phew. Let's put it this way. How do you feel about the origin domain that leaked out when I first woke up? It's hard. First, it dragged us into the devastation storm, then dragged our bodies and soaked us in the concentrated energy of destruction and origin as if we were materials to be soaked in medicinal wine. The destruction will and energy in all directions were so viscous as if they had solid weight. Every movement made me feel like I was under the pressure of a heavy hammer. It could be said that we were completely suppressed from every aspect. Also, the moment the origin domain was unfurled, we were sucked in when we weren't paying attention. The impact of the unfurling of the domain itself was enough to stun me for half a day. Huey's expression was solemn as he spoke. Now, he relaxed a little and spread his hands. However, it's not completely unstoppable. We could use our full power to counteract the indiscriminate energy impact of the origin domain. If we count in the many Order warriors at the front line of the void, we would definitely be able to minimize its impact on us. The conclusion is that there is definitely an impact, but still stable and not a big problem. Yin Nuoxing looked at him and said faintly, "That's not the true power of the origin domain. As I've said, it's just the energy that leaked out when I woke up that unleashed the domain. What you're facing is just the unfurling of the origin domain's blurry light without doing anything. It's just like my most normal form. Now that I've said that, you should understand that I still have a lot of power forms behind me. Once I unleash my true power," Huey's hand that was holding his chin trembled slightly as he stiffly turned his head. No way. Unfortunately, I'm not scaring you. It's the truth." Yin Nuoxing glared at him and let out a long breath. It's the origin domain after all. It's a power that can only be unleashed by unleashing the origin energy to the limit. If I say that a small number of you could block the domain with all your might, wouldn't it be child's play? Wouldn't it be as if my half an era of hard work was a waste of energy? The true power of the origin domain. Well, you can also add rule, order, energy form. It can be stacked. By then, you'll know the true power of the origin domain. Huey's face was full of bitterness. Feng, don't be like that. We can't handle your rule, order, energy form. If you add the origin domain, we won't even have to fight if you just use your domain. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. Fight your head off. The origin domain is definitely under my control. Let's not talk about the fact that you now have the ability to identify my energy. The origin domain itself can also identify the power of order. It can identify and protect our warriors who belong to order and then smash them with chaos. Of course, it can also destroy indiscriminately. You've already roughly experienced it. Speaking of which, should I make some adjustments according to the energy identification on your body so that the origin domain won't accidentally hurt those trash from the underworld? I don't think so. The chaos domain is better for beating up their order. No, if the chaos domain is unleashed, there should be no way to suppress its influence on you. Well, it's fine. Let's make some adjustments. Also, the origin domain is quite useful for the blessings of our own people. It can raise the combat power of all of us. He was stunned as he spoke. Looking at Hui, who was already numb, he scratched his head and said, "I've digressed. What I want to say is that what you just felt was just the aftermath of the origin domain. Its true power has not been unleashed. Then, imagine the situation when I unleash the origin domain with all my strength, and then think about the chaos conceptual entity that is as far away as the great Yuan realm. What do you think will happen if it unleashes the chaos domain? I've said it many times before, but now you should have a clearer understanding, right? No matter how useful our Order warriors are, We have to withstand the first wave of impact before we can think about what to do next. And for this first wave of impact, we have to be the main force to withstand it. As for breaking the chaos domain later, well, it's still my business. I have to figure out a way to deal with this kind of special kung fu. Only the most powerful origin power can face the chaos conceptual entity head-on. It's not that I'm forcing myself or being arrogant, but damn it, I don't want to do it either. I also want you to help me share some of the burden so that I can reduce some of the pressure. But this matter requires me to carry the banner. What can I do? I can only charge into the battle. Hui buried his face in the table with a distressed expression. The chaos domain had been suppressing them for half an era. As they went deeper and deeper, they understood how perverse this domain was and how suffocating it was. The chaos conceptual entity, chaos conceptual entity, was really a huge problem. Ling, have you thought of a way to deal with the chaos domain? The voice that echoed in Yin Nuoxing's soul startled her. She looked inside and found that although everyone was busy, they were listening to their conversation. There's a pending method that I don't know if it's reliable or not, but it's also the best method that I can think of at the moment. It's a different approach, but it's very difficult and I can't see any signs of it. That's why I said that you guys can't help. He raised his right hand and his eyes flickered slightly. The silver-black liquid gathered in his palm and kept gathering together into a ball. The silver-black light that it released stunned everyone who was paying attention. They looked at each other and fell silent. They understood why he said that they couldn't help. He wanted to use the power of the sins of the world. No one in the void could help him. The sins of the world. Is it the attack of the Sin language series? It's said to be the most powerful attack of the Yuan realm. Hui sat up slowly. Is it used to fight against concept-level power? That's right. Yin Nuoxing nodded slightly. Her right hand rubbed the energy ball that was formed by the sins of the world. After rubbing it for a while, she squeezed it hard and put it back. Since this Sin language, decapitation, I haven't tried to figure out the attack of the Sin language series for a long time. Usually, I won't look for this unfriendly tenant if there's no reason. But now, there's no better way, so this is the only way. He knew that Maple had been contaminated with the sins of the world when he was figuring out the medium of divinity. But he did not know when Maple, the lunatic, figured out the Sin language. Anyway, it was strange that when Maple told him about it, it was already happening. We thought for a while and could not help but ask, you can't do anything to the domain of chaos, even with the full power of destruction? I didn't make it clear. Yin Nuoxing gave an O when she heard that. She pulled her hair and replied faintly. This time, I'm trying to fuse the power of destruction and origin into the sins of the world, and then trigger it with the power of chaos to complete a destructive attack on the conceptual body of chaos and the domain of chaos. It sounds quite tricky, right? I only have a rough idea now. As for how to actually execute it, I still need some time to figure it out. But no matter how I change it, the requirements to use it will be higher than the Sin language, decapitation. It can only be used under the limit of the law, order, energy form, or it can only be used in a state that exceeds this form. It's going to be difficult for a while in the future. Yin Nuoxing sighed in distress. After I deal with the things at hand, I'll have to start tormenting myself again. Everyone was speechless. They were also having a hard time listening to it. Hui sighed, walked up and patted Maple's shoulder. He pressed his hands on Maple's shoulder and looked at him. Anyway, just call us if you need anything. Give us some time, and we promise to bring the domain of origin to you. If you need anything, just tell us directly. I'm very arrogant. I'm now a high-level premier. I'm very arrogant. Yin Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She sighed and said, Okay. I'll definitely call you if I need your help. I've said this 1,000 times. I really won't hesitate to use your power or anything. It's just that I really need... Ahem. Anyway, I know, and you know too. Hui grinned at him and held the back of his head. Anyway, you've woken up, and the wake-up grumpy thing has been resolved. You can tell us about the final battle now. Didn't you say that you'll tell us when the higher-ups are almost all advanced? Why did you delay until now? Hui shrugged. When you were not around, We were busy for a long time and forgot about it. When we remembered, the time had already flown to this moment. And it just so happened that you woke up and threw a tantrum in bed. So, we'll solve your problem first, and then tell everyone. You see, as soon as you woke up, you dragged the domain of origin to give us a big news. The current situation is just right. On the one hand, you can explain to everyone what the big move just now was, and then drag the topic to you. Then, you can take the opportunity to announce the final battle as a way to cheer everyone up. Yin Nuashing scratched her cheek. Okay, I don't mind. You're good at this. You've always done this before. Just do whatever you want. Then I'll go do something for a while and see how things are going outside. Hui scratched the back of his head and laughed dryly. A moment later, he suddenly put on a serious expression and said to Maple alone through the soul communication. You just woken up and can't do anything yet. Just accompany the girls in your family. It's been almost 3 billion years. Xiao Yu and the others have been nagging at me every once in a while. I can't remember how many times I've heard it. Yin Nuashing was startled and also replied through the soul communication. So serious, but why are you more concerned about this than them? Hey, I haven't given up on urging you to get married. I'll go with you, Maple Eye. In this life, if I can't do it in this life, then in the next life, I'll King torture you until the wedding. Yin Nuashing, what kind of strange obsession is this? It's obsession. Don't even think about running away. You can run away today, in this life, but you can't run away in the next life. Yin Nuashing listened to Huey's soft snort and rolled her eyes. She laughed bitterly. This strange, magical. This guy, he hasn't even started a family yet, and he still has the time to think about me. It's really strange. Could be like what he said last time, because he left behind regrets. Sigh, it's hard to understand. This isn't easy to deal with. How could he settle down with such a trivial matter in the void in front of him? Starting a family was also a very distant word. No matter in the sense or on the surface, it was very distant. He had once longed for a warm harbor called home that he could establish himself in. Where had he, who had once longed for all this, gone? Those thoughts in the past. Perhaps those were just thoughts that even he found laughable. After being tossed about in the wind and rain for countless years, before everything had come to an end, he wanted to stand up, let go, and change. In the end, these were just thoughts that suited the lives of others. To him, if he hadn't embarked on this path, perhaps he would have gladly accepted it, but it was a pity. Then, as if it was a joke, after he looked for a home and threw this thought aside with the passage of time, he realized that he had already had a broken home a long time ago, a fate that had been set. Their choice was also his choice, although it was already broken and everything in the past had disappeared along with the changes in the void, leaving only them clenching their teeth and stubbornly holding on like a spark that was unwilling to be extinguished. Few random thoughts. Forget it. Let's not think about these things. After all, no matter how much I think about it, it wouldn't usher in any change. News of the final battle spread after Hui had finished dealing with the matter of Node 0 and after everyone from the Order Domain had returned from blocking the Death Mist Rift. Just as we had arranged, he first mentioned the details of a certain someone waking up and causing trouble with low blood sugar, before spreading the news as if it was thrown out at the same time. At present, the response was huge. Apart from a small group of people who already knew that such a day would come, everyone else in the Void front line fell into a brief moment of shock. They kept silent, looked at each other, lowered their heads, and pondered. There were all sorts of expressions on their faces. Everyone's emotions were complicated, and apart from the warriors of order who were still fighting, most of them were quiet and thinking about certain things. In fact, many in the Void front line had discussed the aftermath of the war between order and chaos. Little Green had kindly provided information about the future of the Void front line and the end of this war. Many of them had thought and guessed what would happen next, whether they would defend until the end or gather their forces and charge forward to fight to the death. Actually, it's quite contradictory. Suifeng heard a lot of words ringing through the spiritual transmission. Seeing that Maple was staring blankly as if he was also listening to the voices of the countless people in the Void front line, He pulled out a chair and sat beside Maple. We have heard the voices of the warriors of order. Most of them hope to charge into the underworld for the final battle, including those worlds that were once ravaged by the death mist. The warriors of order in those worlds are the loudest in calling for an attack. For them, there is nothing more satisfying than personally killing their enemy. The other voice is the contradiction I've just mentioned. They actually prefer to defend, but are aware that nothing can be achieved if they only defend. On the other hand, they're a little worried about attacking. Everyone is usually immersed in what they have to do, which is why they would not hear anyone shouting about why they are not moving. They are probably numb from the battle that has lasted more than 5 years. But once that is mentioned, the thoughts buried deep in their hearts would surface. It is a topic that no one can avoid. Well, everyone's thoughts would not affect anything. Because of us, because of your decision, everyone would eventually charge into the underworld for the final battle. Having gone through more than 5 eras of trials and battles, they would be clear about what is happening here. There is no need to worry. At most, they would be a little busy and messy in the near future, and the flow of personnel would be chaotic. Just like what was said before, everyone has their own things to do. Give them enough time, and let everyone settle a lot of things so that they could embark on the path to the final battle. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at him. Myths, did you have such a situation back then? Not at all. Sui Feng could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Back then, the Order of the Void could only defend to the death, and the battle would never end. It was not like now, where there was barely some quiet leisure time, and naturally, there was no chance to solve anything. Anyway, the opportunity now is quite a luxury for us back then. We did not even have time to say goodbye. You can imagine the situation back then. The final battle. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief as he stared at the sky that seemed to be made of ice crystals. I've never thought about this before. It's all Huey's doing. I just need to focus on the battle. The human heart is a very troublesome and complicated thing. I don't really want to care about it. Even the Order warriors who have been fighting alongside us for 5.5 eras are the same. However, with Hui taking care of it, there's no need to worry about anything. I only need to do what I did before. I only need to focus on my own battle. We will take care of everything. He sighed, hugging the wings of the little angel and stroking her long hair. But I don't know why, but I am nervous this time. Will there be anyone who does not want to fight? Will there be anyone who will turn around and leave because of a different choice in the end? I don't know. I don't know any of that. The front line of the Void is not so powerful and strict. It makes me feel that there is nothing to be surprised about no matter what happens, because I have already imagined it. This kind of looseness now makes me feel a little uneasy. In the past, I would not have cared about this at all. Sui Feng patted him on the shoulder and sighed, because Hui Jun has always been the one who took care of these things. But the front line of the Void is different. In the Void, if you patted your chest and said that your contribution to the construction of the Void was second, no one would dare to appear in the 100 positions around you. In the past 5.5 eras, all the changes in the Void were witnessed by us, and you are the one who risked your life and worked the most. You have built it with your heart and soul for 5.5 eras. Naturally, it is different from before. It is very normal that you care about it. Like you said before, you have searched for the one in the endless sea of stars and built everything to resist the broken dream. Now that it is about to be put to the test, it is abnormal that you do not care. Really? Is that so? Yin Nuashing breathed a long sigh. This troublesome mood seems to have a great impact on me. So annoying. I want to get rid of it. I don't want to care about it. Sui Feng looked at Maple's troubled face and could not help but laugh. He patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Ahem, as your senior, I'm telling you that you do not need to worry about that. As I said just now, because of your decision, all of us will eventually follow you on the path of the charge. You are the one who contributed the most in the Void, and the one who affected it the most is naturally you. And this place is also the second nest, home of countless Order warriors. I dare to pat my chest and say that I know this better than you. The Order warriors who have long understood everything will naturally not be willing to leave the place that they have protected together for countless years at this moment, because this place is also a part of their effort. They also know what will await the world of order if they lose the Void frontline. After 5.5 eras of war, no one in the Order Void knows this better than they do. You do not need to worry about that. Just like before, you can leave these trivial matters to Hui Jun and us. You just need to keep moving forward according to your own thoughts and wishes. After all, you are the Void frontline. No, you are the morning star of the Order Void, the emissary of the gods. Yun Nuashing shuddered. Don't say that. That's disgusting. Haha, anyway, just keep moving forward. Just keep moving forward. That's what you said. There are some things that you do not need to worry about from the beginning to the end. Isn't that right? Yun Nuashing groaned for a moment and rolled her eyes. Okay. I know. I'm just worried for nothing. TSK, you came here specifically to say this? Why did you suddenly think of saying this to me? Oh well. Sui Feng was startled. He could not help but turn his head and look behind him. His sister and the others were hiding behind an ice cube. Jing Yuanji, Shuang, Siyu, and Blue Phoenix were also looking at him from behind the ice cube and gave him a thumbs up. Sui Feng smiled bitterly. After thinking for a while, he replied honestly, Blue Phoenix and Jing Yuanji said that you would be troubled. Siyu was going to come and talk to you, but when she saw me, she thought that I was more suitable. Shuang pushed me out. Damn, your girl's combo attack left me sitting here without any time to react. The little angel quickly turned her head and giggled. Yin Nuashing could not help but turn to look at her and sighed gloomily. Well, the only ones who knew that he would be troubled were them, and a certain someone who was still shouting slogans outside. Seeing the gloomy and helpless expression on Feng's face, Sui Feng bumped his shoulder with his shoulder. So have you thought it through? Yin Nuashing tilted her head and shrugged after a moment. No, but whatever. I'll just leave it there. I'll think about it when I have time. Let Hui. Oh, and you guys, I'll let you solve it now. I don't know anything. Damn it. You always said this kind of thing back in the day. I want to be lazy. Huey's cursing voice suddenly sounded in the soul communication. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and replied, Lazy my ass. You're the one who raised the Void frontline. I'm only in charge of fighting and being reclaimed after fighting. I don't know anything else. I don't know. Everyone, they were really too bold and self-righteous in their speech. Both of them were like that. Both of them were probably trying to pass the buck since they knew each other. Chapter 2074. There is no telling how many years had elapsed since the Void frontlines became extremely active once again. Though there are fireworks of various types being set off every single moment, bombarding the Void indiscriminately, the activity this time was very different from before. They were not rushing to send more fireworks to the front lines, but were instead doing their best to pack up. The realms of order were reshuffling and changing personnel, just as the Order warriors in the node cities were also packing up and preparing for shifts. The Void Patrol squads that had been mostly disbanded dispersed once again, with almost 2/3 of them disbanding on the spot, while the remaining 1/3 basically regrouped and continued their mission. It was as if they were rushing to pack up every minute and every second before the holidays, with the next step being to head to the major transportation hubs and return to their respective homes and mothers. In fact, that was more or less the case. Those fellows had been cooped up in the Void front lines for a long time, and it was rare for them to be so active that they were not hurling energy towers at the front lines. Now, they were acting unusually stiff. Yes, stiff. Though they were moving quickly, the stiffness in their movements could not be concealed. It was as if they did not care about what they were going to do next. Either way, since it was a holiday, they would first pack up and leave as they pleased, only to realize that they had not decided what they were going to do after packing up. Well, that was more or less the case. They were just packing up, although most of them did not seem to know what to do next. Having brought their home to the front lines, they naturally did not need to think or prepare anything. They simply turned around and jumped back to their own world without feeling as if they had traveled a long distance. Such people were the majority, but there were still some who did not bring their own world to the front lines. There were various reasons for that. And to be frank, there were more of them. It was actually the wanderers of various worlds who did not create their own world for fun. Compared to their original world, the Void Frontlines perhaps gave them a greater sense of belonging. Just as Sui Feng had said, they had stayed here for a long time, and the Void Frontlines were their second home. While it sounded easy on the surface, there were actually many reasons. For example, some of them had lost their world. Perhaps it was flattened by the death mist of the abyss several eras ago, or perhaps it was flattened by the activities of the void over the years. Perhaps it was natural that they had reached their limit and died. Or perhaps all the beings in their world had collectively migrated without leaving any way to contact them. As a result, when they returned, they would only see a pile of ruins that had been there for who knows how many years. Or perhaps they could not even find the remains of their homeland. In any case, this was a homecoming of a group of wanderers who had been away from their homeland for many years. Not only that, their homecoming was either interrupted on the way or at the end. Some were even homeless from the very beginning. Phew, there were a lot of situations. If the differences between the Order warriors and their own families, the difference between high-level life forms and low-level life forms and ordinary life forms, the most direct problem was the problem of birth, old age, sickness, and death. This group of undying individuals who faced the void wouldn't have such a problem. But what about the people behind them? Not everyone's family was a high-level life form. And it was precisely because of this that some journeys had predetermined endings before they even started. It was an ending that no one could change. There were all these situations. With 10 trillion life forms, anything could happen, and there would almost never be a single instance of a situation like this. Although it was not appropriate to speak in a brisk tone in such an atmosphere, he could not think of the right tone to use. Most of the homecoming party who had left for a long time returned in just a few days. They carried their own complicated emotions as they became shut-ins in the Void Frontline. Perhaps they did not even get to do what they had planned to do. The Order warriors who had left and returned quickly made everyone feel a little helpless. The Order warriors who were forced to shut-ins all came forward to hug their brothers and sisters and brought them to a random spot in the Void Frontline to sit down. They raised their flagons of wine and teapots, sighing about the bullish asterisk T void, cursing the underworld, and lamenting about their lost homeland. The void was helpless in the first place. 5.5 eras was enough for it to flatten the entire void, allowing everything to undergo a complete makeover. It would have been the same even if the void itself did not encounter any accident or trigger various calamities. For the passage of time was enough for the world it was familiar with to change drastically, wiping away all traces of familiarity and replacing it with an unfamiliar shell. That was the true state of the void, and what the Eternals brought along to become Eternals was ultimately just a small part of it. Regardless of how great the number was, a small part was still a small part, and it was a concept that would never change. They were still a rare species in the entire void. It's really frustrating. I didn't expect that after bringing up this matter, more problems would arise. Well, these are problems that have settled down over a long period of time. Hui sighed faintly. Originally, he just wanted to let everyone fulfill their own wishes and so on, so that they could be mentally prepared and wait for the day of the final battle. Now that their wishes had been fulfilled, it had caused all kinds of sad things. In a way, it could be considered as letting go, right? Should be, right? The Void Frontline used to have more free time before, although it was not as collective as it is now. I Ching tapped his head in distress, feeling more helpless the more he looked at the information sent over by various nodes. But why would so many people encounter such a situation? There are too many people in the Void Frontline. Just pick any 2 reasons, and even if the degree of covering is only 1 in 100 million, there would still be 1 billion people, right? There are so many reasons. Those who are so busy that they forget to go home, those who are about to go back and suddenly find that the front line has been heavily damaged and decided to stay, those who simply regard this place as their own meaning and the same reason as the first one. I can even say that those who are at odds with their families and forgot about it, because there are such people, or those who think that they will definitely be trapped here next time. There are all kinds of reasons. We let out a long sigh. It's just that some feelings and thoughts may be difficult to bring up once they have passed the situation at the time. It may be because of one's own reasons or other reasons related to one's own. As one waits, time passes unknowingly, and then again, and then one day one would realize that everything has slipped from one's hands. It's not that time did not give a chance, nor the void did not give a chance. It's just that one didn't give a chance. It's just that no one can tell if the choice at the time was right or wrong. It's a question that can't be answered. In short, that's the truth. That's reality, a drama that leaves one helpless. So you're not going to take that girl of yours out to play? I Ching paused for a moment, and then smiled bitterly as he fiddled with the pile of crystal balls beside him. No, I'm busy. Because of the sudden personnel movement, I have to arrange things quickly so that there won't be any flaws in the frontline defense. You see, that's what I said just now. You didn't give yourself a chance, but you can't tell if it's right or wrong at the time, right, little Qingzi? I Ching opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. Yes. I didn't give myself a chance, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The Void Frontline needs me now, and when you, Lord Hui, Lord Feng, and the others are doing their best and have no time to care about anything else, how can I just drop everything and leave at such a time? Tisk, things can't be explained clearly. Hui smacked his lips and sighed. Let's wait for a while. After a while, if we've finished a phase here, Lord Hui, you don't have to worry. I've actually talked to her. Yes, really. She's helping me now. Hui, who was holding up the barrier, froze for a moment, and then sighed faintly. All right. So when are you getting married? Oh, well, unexpectedly, little Qingzi did not jump up in fright this time, and instead thought about it seriously for a while. There's no rush. It's still too early. Let's talk about it when we've settled down. We're planning to hold it in the realm of the gods. She's from the realm of the gods too? No. She came from a world that was confirmed to have been destroyed by the void not long ago. There's not even a trace of her hometown left, and her family seemed to have passed away long before she came to the void frontlines. That's why she's all alone now. She can't find a reason to go anywhere she wants, and so she's been keeping me company. TSK, that's why I suddenly wondered why so many people in the void frontlines couldn't find their hometown. Originally, 1/10 of this batch of disbanded people had chosen to stay at the void frontlines. But now, in just 5 days, 2/5 of them have left. Everyone went out for a stroll and couldn't find anything, so they all went back to the void frontlines and are now depressed. The remaining 3/5 are in the frontlines, with some going home and some going out to play. Some were forced to stay at home and rest for a few days before changing shifts with the next batch of disbanded people, saying that they couldn't think of anything else to do and might as well just keep doing things. Then, the next batch of disbanded people kicked them to the front lines and forced them to rest. How should I put it? I don't know how to deal with it. That's a little. Huey's face twitched a few times, and he shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Come to think of it, because of this batch of people, the others who were disbanded in several batches are now asking the Void Patrol teams to look for the situation in their homeworld. They said that if they couldn't find anything, they could only stay at the Void frontlines and stare blankly or something, or just ignore it and continue fighting. Still, the one who suggested continuing fighting was tied up and beaten up by everyone in the Realm of Order, saying that any lad with the potential to overwork like Lord Maple needs to be beaten up to correct their worldview so that they don't die from overwork. That's pretty vicious of them. Hui facepalmed, speechless. He really didn't know how to complain about the last part. Were the lads scared of Maple? Were they scared after learning that a certain fellow who almost died from overwork had been lying in bed for almost 3 billion years? He laughed bitterly and couldn't help but mutter, "Why do I suddenly feel like we're some black-hearted force, suppressing our own people and not letting them rest or something?" This, theoretically speaking, is definitely not the case, but maybe... I Ching could not help but smile bitterly, patting his forehead helplessly and vexedly. There are various reasons that led to this situation. The Void Frontlines didn't have so many rules and regulations, and the Order warriors could actually go and deal with their own matters first. Over the years, other than that time when the 20 high-tier primeval charged into the Void front lines, there was nothing too terrible, but sigh. He didn't know what to say. Everyone's emotions were also very complicated, and he felt quite helpless when he heard all kinds of slightly sad and sorrowful voices in the soul transmission. Various reasons, huh? He let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. These various reasons were really a headache, and there was no way to solve it. Fortunately, there is still a node city at the front line, and the frontline world still exists. The other batches of people are still guarding the Void frontline. Not everyone left at once, and it won't be too lonely. Otherwise, everyone who is forced to stay at home would be too miserable. Yes, I Ching sighed softly as well. The Void frontlines are the second home, and everyone has a sense of belonging here. Although it's always the feeling of missing family, but, well, that's what it means. Speaking of family, I remember that there was a group of elders who went to the front lines, and 16 generations of the family were there. That's quite interesting. Bloody hell, 16 generations. Hui said, by the way, the Void front lines are battlefields, right? Battlefields. He shook his head vigorously, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, his head banging loudly against the Guardian's shield. Since when did it become like this? Forget it. It's been more than 5 years. There was no doubt that the Void frontline was a war zone, but to be honest, it should be a combination of war zones, front lines, and residences for families. It was a place where one woke up, washed up, and went out to fight at once, and could return home after the battle was over. The current situation was that only the first place was incessantly setting off fireworks, while the other 2 places were quieter and safer. It was especially so for the frontline world. As long as one did not look into the Void, they would not notice that fireworks were being set off next door, and the frontline and node cities were never damaged by the retreat over the years. Could it be because of that reason that it had unexpectedly become a suitable place for survival? I've forgotten if it was you or Lord Feng who suggested it. The original reason seems to be to make it convenient for the warriors of Order to return home to check on the situation and rest, and also to use the frontline world as a training ground. And now, there are indeed some warriors of Order who joined from the frontline world. I Ching flipped the crystal ball and said, Lord Feng seemed to have said, isn't that good too? Hui smiled bitterly and was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed and his tone became a little hurried. Let's leave it at that for now. Now is the time to deal with the aftermath after the announcement of the final battle. Let everyone do whatever they want. As long as they don't collapse the Void of Order, there's no problem. It's not easy for everyone gathered here. I Ching did not notice Lord Huey's abnormality and only asked curiously, why do you have to separate collapse the Void of Order? As long as someone dares to mention it, Feng will definitely agree. With his current combat ability, it's a big question whether the entire front line can hold him down if they swarm him. I Ching smiled bitterly. This was also an old problem. He tidied up the crystal ball for a while, and suddenly noticed that Lord Huey's expression was tense, as if he was dealing with something. He even forgot to answer the soul message hanging there. I Ching could not help but be a little curious. What are you doing? You want to know? Come to the observer space, and you'll know. I Ching looked at Lord Huey's ferocious and troubled expression and thought for a while before silently bowing. Then I won't disturb you anymore. I'll continue to deal with the matter of the homebound wanderers. I'm leaving. Seeing little Ching quickly slip away, we could not help but smile bitterly. He hurriedly shook his head and took a deep breath to adjust his sitting posture. The 4 guardians around him had shrunk their shields to the point that they were about to wrap him into a ball. His guardian barrier was constantly trembling and rippling. It looked like it was about to break at any time. But even so, he still stubbornly raised his head and shouted to the others sitting around him, Hey, hey, hey. If you can't hold on, then don't. This matter needs to be done step by step. Don't be impulsive. If you force yourself to fly out, we won't go to the spiritual temple to see you. Everyone who had persevered until they were sweating profusely became furious. Shut up. You talk too much. Sui Feng scolded. You shield. Even if you're taunting, you should be taunting Feng in the sky. Why are you taunting your own people? This. Hui shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. This. It's subconscious, habitual. Don't mind it, don't mind it. I actually wanted to say, can you still hold on? If you can't, just shout, and I should be able to separate a little bit. Bang! Before he finished his words, everyone heard a burst of energy collapse. They hurriedly turned around and saw Hui Jun, who had been ridiculed for no reason and said that he wanted to help, now had a charred face. A piece of the shield surrounding him had obviously broken, and the debris on the ground was gradually annihilated under the reflection of the red and black light. Brother Lei's cheeks twitched. You'd better take care of yourself. Don't distract yourself. Hui wiped his black face and smiled bitterly. It's okay. Let's continue. Yes, continue. Inside the conceptual space, the reddish-black light covered the vast, icy plain, as if covering the space with a layer of reddish-black curtain. Wherever their eyes passed, whether it was the sky, the surging waves in the distance, or the rotating fortress of origin, everything was dyed in a layer of ferocious light that made them sweat. Even the icy peaks of the domain were dyed in reddish-black, and only the light they emitted was still icy blue. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it made them feel a little uncomfortable. The dense, destructive energy flowing in the air was almost suffocating them. The colorful, long river that flowed in all directions was like an incessantly surging wave that slapped them across the air, multiplying the pressure on them and increasing it every moment. It was the same characteristic as the caster of the domain himself. The power of his domain would increase every moment until it reached a pinnacle beyond the norm. Ah, yes, they were sitting in Maple's origin domain, being whipped and beaten by him. Actually, this was not going to happen. After Maple was done with the destructive energy, he planned to use his origin domain to explore and truly feel it. Then who was it again? Perhaps it was Sui Feng or his sister who suddenly said that letting the heirs feel the origin domain would have unexpected benefits. The reason was that the gods had done something similar before, and the effect was probably some sort of traction or something. Maple's domain even carried 146 types of origin energy, so it should be more special. Then everyone gave an oh, and said that Maple just needed to hold up his origin domain right where he was, and there was no need to deliberately go somewhere else. So it became like this. Maple hung himself in the sky, using his normal state to cast his origin domain, while they sat below in torment. It was torment. The origin domain that appeared when Maple woke up a few days ago was indeed cast by the leaked energy. It was completely different from the current domain. A few days ago, they were pressed into it to soak in medicinal wine. Now they were going to be embedded in an energy crystal. Furthermore, the pressure coming from all directions was increasing every moment. It was as if there was an entire asteroid belt made of energy crystals bombarding every inch of their bodies. Do you want to increase the pressure a little? Yin Nuashing looked at everyone below and could not help but say, the state of silence has been maintained for quite a while. Do you want me to change to attack? Everyone was shocked. No, don't change. Hui hurriedly shouted, you're increasing your strength every second. You'll die if you switch to attack. Oh, okay. Yin Nuashing scratched her head and turned to continue exploring the origin domain. Then do your best. Give me a shout if you can't take it anymore. There are no restrictions when casting the origin domain, and it could be used without switching forms. Switching energy forms and letting the energy change before casting the domain would change as well, since it was linked to energy. By the way, it was unsurprisingly a huge energy user. The rate of energy consumption could not simply be described as fast. It was like pouring an ocean into the void, throwing an entire star system into the void without a sound. If not for his huge energy capacity and the world-luminous orbs in his pocket that allowed him to recover quickly, he might not have been able to withstand the origin domain's consumption. The burden was still manageable, since it was a domain that could only be cast when the origin energy was pushed to its limits. His soul had also long since adapted to the presence of origin energy, which was why the burden was only a little higher. It was negligible, like the burden of a jogger suddenly speeding up a little. With the destruction energy as the lead and the other 145 origin energy complementing, it stands to reason that this domain should be able to unleash the characteristics and attributes of all origin energy. I don't know much about them, so there's no way to do it. He pulled at his hair and thought for a while. He decided to throw the indescribable idea into the void and annihilate it completely. Right now, he had exhausted his mental and physical strength just by manipulating the destruction energy. It would take a very long time for his origin domain to manifest the form of 146 origin energy. Although he felt that he might not need this power anymore, the journey would take too long, and he would not be able to make it in time for the end to arrive. There was actually no difference in the form of the silent form and the attack form. The silent form was like soaking everyone in the energy. As for the attack form, it was to ignite all the energy and start to release all kinds of energy into the world. He would be able to blow up all the energy that appeared in the domain, and there would also be energy erosion. No. For the order energy, it should be assimilated. No. It was more like a layer of shell. A layer of destruction energy was placed on the order energy that appeared in the domain. In other words, every attack, big and small, would carry destruction energy, and the energy that was affected by its characteristics would be able to completely unleash its power during the attack. It would blow up all the remaining energy, and after a round of saturation bombardment, there would be nothing left of the energy. It was a bit like the cloud break formation that he released when he was in the bow, break formation form. It was used to detonate all the energy within the affected area. However, the domain's characteristics also increased its power, and when the energy was detonated, it would transform into energy release and energy explosion led by the destruction energy. In other words, the fireworks would be infinitely multiplied. Now he understood. This destruction domain was all about attacking. The destruction domain existed to destroy and destroy. As long as he wanted, he could even disintegrate everything within the range of the domain into a cluster of particles. Not to mention, if it was not strong enough, the purest attack of destruction and destruction was very good. He liked it very much. If it was some slightly more troublesome domain, he might have to spend a lot of effort and brainstorm to think of a better way to use it. Oh, as expected of his, what is his name, who was also a void barbarian like him. He basically did not do anything fancy and just used the densest and most gorgeous fireworks to flatten everything within sight. Chapter 2075. It was a shame that Hui and Little Green could say something like that. Among the warriors of order who gathered at the front line of the void, quite a number of them had lost their homeworlds. Their homeworlds had been torn apart by the abyssal death shroud, melted by the underworld, or blown up by the anomalies in the void caused by the ghosts in the underworld. No one knew how much the underworld had done to the entire world of order in the past 17 years. The number of worlds that were destroyed by the underworld was uncountable. A long time ago, he seemed to have mentioned that the people who gathered here either held on to their own beliefs, held on to the banner of righteousness in their hearts, held on to the righteousness in their hearts, or held on to whatever thoughts they had. They were all allowed to do so without any problems, holding on to the beliefs in their hearts so that they would not be swallowed up by the endless passage of time. That was the case for some of them. There was another group of people who held on to the abyssal death shroud and the underworld. The number of these people was much more than the former. Sui Qing, Sui Feng, Little Xiao, and the other second-generation successors of the previous generation also held on to the same hatred and anger. Their hatred and anger had been accumulating for more than 10 years. Although their hatred and anger were directed towards the chaos instead of the underworld, it was all the same. On the day they jumped over, he had treated them as chaos. He did not care whether they had converted into order or not. If he said they were chaos, then they were chaos. He digressed. What he wanted to say was that most of the order warriors who had such emotions had seen their own worlds being burned, distorted, and destroyed with their own eyes. To them, their home world was a broken dream that they could never touch again. Only a small number of them managed to save their homeworld when it was being corroded by the death mist of the abyss, or they managed to wait for reinforcements to come and rescue their homeworld. He already knew part of the situation, but it would be too hurtful to say such words. Your world is long gone, and there's no point in looking for it. He could not say that even if he did not think. So he did not say anything, and simply watched the activities of the people at the void front line. Hui and Little Green would take care of those things, and he did not need to worry. It was fine to let them do as they pleased for a while, and it would not affect the void front line. They were warriors of order, and in retrospect, they were also individuals, living beings, and had their own matters and life course. Hui had said that to him before, and he knew it himself. Though he found it troublesome, he did not really care much about it. Taking care of people was not his forte in the first place. But why don't I know about these things? Everyone's homeworlds and whatnot. A certain guardian who was scorched by the origin domain lay on the icy plain. He shivered as he raised his hand. The red-black shroud that floated over his body sizzled when it came in contact with the cold wind on the icy plain. After a burst of energy turbulence, the shroud disappeared. Everyone who was tormented by the origin domain on the icy plain looked gloomy. Their bodies trembled from time to time, and red-black shrouds and energy bolts would come out as if they were being scorched. If someone who did not know the situation walked in and saw this scene, they would probably think that he had done something to them. That did not seem to be wrong. After all, he was the one who held up the origin domain. TSK, these guys who were stubbornly holding on. He had already told them that if they could not do it, they should just say so. In the end, they just held on until they collapsed. It was only when the last person was done that they howled. When he opened his eyes, he saw that they were all lying on the icy plain like corpses. Don't learn from him. I've told you before, although I've only told you once or twice. Yin Nuashing replied calmly. She picked up everyone who was tossing and turning restlessly on the ice field and threw them to the place where they were drinking tea and chatting. She then threw the first light to this place so that they could quickly recover. Although you basically forget about it after hearing this, the essence of being naive and sweet. How can this be called silly and sweet? He was not convinced. He slapped the icy surface and sat up. Then his body trembled as if he was having a seizure. He screamed and lay down, but he still stubbornly raised his hand and said, I am at most forgetful. Forgetful? Definitely not anything. Anyway, that's it. Yin Nuashing laughed dryly at him. She picked up Shuang Shuang and hung her on her back. Then, she carried Siyu and Qing Huang on her left and right. After settling them down, she carried Yuan Ji, Dao Dian, Shui Yin, and the others. After settling them down, she carried Sui Feng, Brother Lei, Sui Qing, Xiao Shi, and the others and ran back and forth several times. Finally, she placed Wei on a chair and was done. She heaved a sigh of relief. But when she looked up and saw everyone's miserable appearance, her face could not help but twitch. She could not help but mutter, Why are you all holding on so hard, right? Look at how miserable you all are. How old are you? This. Everyone laughed weakly and bitterly. They didn't know how to answer. Hey, we're holding on so hard because of that. That's what it is. Hui, who had the fastest recovery ability and was the most resistant to beatings, recovered after a while. He bounced up. Although his body was charred black and there were red and black energy thunderbolts exploding, he still held on and said, The road after the advanced is not easy. Sometimes we have to force ourselves to do some things. Don't you all think so? Everyone turned their heads with difficulty. After hesitating for a while, they nodded. Shuang Shuang muttered and wriggled into Little Star's arms. She leaned against him and replied, Well, the road is not easy. I'm stuck. I can't advance or retreat. It's so strange. I want Little Star's care. Everyone, you are an original life form. It's finally your turn to be stuck. Didn't you drive a rocket so fast in the early stage? Pinching Shuang Shuang's face and stroking her long hair, Yin Nuashing shrugged. The road after 90%. Even you will be tortured for a long time. It is not easy for me to guide you. Although feeling the power of the origin domain can indeed speed up, it can only speed up a little. Patience. You can only be patient. Looking at Shuang Shuang, who was wriggling and moaning in her arms, Yin Nuoxing smiled and looked at everyone who was paralyzed and did not want to move. Speaking of which, I have not congratulated you all for stepping into the advanced. You have been busy since you came out. We are all busy. Hui laughed bitterly. I feel that we are as busy as you were before. Why? Is a road really so hard to walk, forcing you all to come to my place? It is the last stage, after all. The shackles have been removed. Stepping into the pinnacle is another matter. That is the stage of ascension. Sui Feng waved his hand as he lay on the table and explained slowly. After stepping into the advanced, there are no other restrictions apart from the path of cultivation that cannot be solved. I mean the origin energy. It takes a lot of time to study it. Look, even your Shuang Shuang is stuck at the last big hurdle. Yin Nuoxing listened and said, "Oh, so it is just like when I was strung up." Looking at everyone's miserable faces, Yin Nuoxing shrugged and sighed softly. They were all stimulated by the origin energy and the origin domain. Each of them had the potential to get close to him, the potential to become overworked. He had nothing to say about that, just like how they could not persuade him back then. Everyone who was suddenly filled with anger could not be relaxed with just a few words from him. Well, it was not a bad thing to have motivation and a goal to pursue. Anyway, he just had to watch and not let them go crazy. Compared to our matter, have you found any clues? Hui suddenly straightened up and asked him a question, which made him startled. Because of this topic, everyone also paid attention to them. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head slightly and pondered for a moment. I have an idea now. The process is smoother than I thought. Although I don't want to admit it, and I don't want this special honor, but from a practical point of view, it seems that my compatibility with the sins of the world is quite good. If only it doesn't nag in my ears and soul every time I torture it. Compatible. Huey's cheeks twitched. He did not know how to respond to the topic. Should he be considered lucky or unlucky to be compatible with the sin of the world? Judging from Maple's current situation, and looking at Maple's complicated expression, he felt that it should be the same. Maybe both. Looking up at everyone who was thinking about something, Yin Nuoxing's eyes flashed twice. By the way, do you have time to activate your territory? Hui looked up in confusion. Why? Why do you suddenly mention territory? Of course, I want to try it. Yin Nuoxing moved his right hand. He did not notice that everyone's faces had turned pale when he said this. Since I have some ideas, I naturally have to try it out to know where I can adjust and where I can change it. I can't just sit here and think about it. I have a new strength, so I have to try it out a few hundred times to test the waters. So, which one of you will open up your territory and let me hit it a few times? Don't worry, it will be quick. I will break it in a few hits. Oh, by the way, remember to disconnect from the territory as much as possible so that you don't get hit by the recoil when the territory explodes. Everyone, oh my God, this guy needs to practice. How many years has it been since they heard that he wanted to practice? How many years has it been since he fought? Oh my God, if he fights in this state, he will lose his life. Hui hurriedly raised his hand. Go to the tower and fight with your shadow. Go and fight with your own shadow. Sui Feng nodded vigorously. It's a good choice. Your own shadow is definitely more durable than us, and your own domain is definitely more powerful. Furthermore, you have more domains in the tower. Ugh, I only have one origin territory now. How can I have so many territories? Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and lowered his head to rest his cheek on Shuang Shuang's head. He muttered, besides, it's not fun to hit yourself. Hitting yourself is not fun at all. They thought about the result of him fighting with his shadow and could not help but tremble. The scene of the origin heavenly god and the chaotic concept body fighting each other desperately appeared in their minds. It was definitely comparable to that kind of battle. After all, it's hitting yourself. Maybe you can't bear to do it, or maybe you don't know how to do it. Besides, hitting yourself is too difficult. Fighting with your own shadow is definitely one of the most painful things. Brother Lei let out a long sigh. Yes, The experience of being thrown to fight with my own shadow by the gods is still vivid in my mind. It's too difficult, even harder than fighting with Brother Feng's shadow. It's not that I can't bear to do it, but Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and looked up. It's true that hitting yourself is uncomfortable, but it's not that painful because the battle will be over soon. Everyone who had the experience of fighting with themselves looked up in astonishment. Huh? Yin Nuoxing looked at everyone's shocked expression and rolled his eyes. It's uncomfortable to beat myself up, but it's actually quite simple. It's either a shadow or a reflection of the law. It's more or less clumsy. Even if I copy my shadow and throw it out, it'll be over in a few minutes. Unless there's a living person who looks exactly like me, standing in front of me and fighting with me, there's nothing difficult about it. A shadow is just a shadow after all. No matter how real and vivid it is, it's just my own shadow. It's just like how it couldn't withstand my sin whisper, decapitate at the beginning, and then reverse the law, order, energy form to hammer it. Now, I can even press my origin domain on its face before it recovers from the sin whisper attack. That's if it doesn't split open when I hit it. Everyone was speechless. This person is a ghost, a real evil ghost. What kind of weird operation is this? Isn't starting with the pull of all things not enough to describe his insanity? Is he going to start with the decapitation of Sin Nuoxing now? He doesn't even consider how long the battle will last or what he will become after the battle. He just wants to beat the opponent to death. Don't tell me you really think that the shadow in the tower is the real me? We've known each other for so many years. Do you still think that I'll do things according to the rules? Everyone was speechless. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head. Don't tell me that it's uncomfortable for you to hit yourself. Everyone was sweating profusely. They couldn't admit it. They had been beating themselves up for a few days and still couldn't tell who was the winner. By the way, how could he put on such a relaxed expression and say such casual words when he was beating himself up? Are they really doing the same thing? Well, I've gone off topic. So, can any of you throw me a domain to play with? The primeval domain will do. Hui raised his head with a face full of sweat and looked at everyone who was sweating like a waterfall. He immediately stood up and moved to Feng's side under everyone's gaze. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Well, wait for me to rest for a while. And I'll let you beat me after a while. I can't stand it now." Yin Nuoxing looked at him and smiled. "Oh, don't worry. You could try again later. It's still early. I've just found a clue. You could try again after a while. Don't worry. I feel very good now. I should be able to catch a peak primeval and beat him up." Ahem. We didn't know whether to cry or laugh when he heard the news. In short, their daily lives had entered another phase of busyness. This time, everyone in the Void front line was busy together. However, they were not busy fighting, but running around the map. Those who were supposed to go back to their hometowns continued to go back to their hometowns. Those who were supposed to deal with the things hanging behind there, but went to deal with them. Those who were thinking of revenge in the past took out their knives and went back to fight. Those who were going home to get married and have children went home to have a big banquet. Those who were going to take a rest, well, just take it as a rest. Those who had nowhere else to go continued to stay at home in the Void front line. They chatted with their brothers and sisters in the Void front line, had a drink or two, and then cursed at the Void together. In fact, the current situation was still quite dangerous. If those birdmen in the underworld had been monitoring the situation here and saw that there was a huge change in the main force, they should take advantage of this moment to suddenly attack. Well, as long as they did not come out in full force, it should not be a big problem. After all, he was awake now. It was not a complete joke to catch a peak premier hammer. If he almost could not do it alone, then he could call for 2 more people. What? Asking him about his limit. Well, he was not sure. He had never fought a peak primeval head-on. At most, he could only use the pressure that Luo Ying exerted on him as a reference. However, it could only be used as a little reference and not even as an official reference. Now, he did not have the opportunity to practice in actual combat. The opportunity to practice in actual combat would only come when they rushed over and initiated a battle to the death. That was why he said that they just had to adapt to the situation. They could not calculate the entire battle clearly. After getting through the anticipated and prepared parts safely, they would then face the situation of complete chaos and adapt to the situation accordingly. I put aside the busy order warriors. Right now, the observer dimension and the concept dimension would be covered by the origin domain for a period of time every day. Everyone would be immersed in the origin domain every day, being whipped, beaten, and slapped to the brink of death by the destructive energy. Just look at how the order warriors were showing their true ape forms, howling in pain and ecstasy. Damn, why did it seem like these guys were getting more and more energetic? Should he switch to an attack form to make it more difficult for them? After being whipped by the origin domain for almost half a year, everyone had almost adapted to the silent form of the domain. It seemed to be easier to deal with it. Just look at Huey's ecstatic dance, and you would know. At least for the past few days, they did not show any signs of being burnt. As for whether they had the slightest bit of enlightenment, well, he could not tell. Every time they were pressed to the ground and got up, they would sit at the side thoughtfully and then fall into a state of contemplation. Huey's expression was similar to constipation. It was the kind of expression that made it more difficult to hold back when he wanted to force something out. He glanced at the others who were scratching their heads as they chewed on their books. Seeing that they should be fine, he turned his attention back to them. Before he could do what he wanted to do, he was startled. Then he realized what he was doing. Am I transforming into a human form to train my domain? He scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it. I don't care anymore. In the past, I gave them the conditions to fight against the void and the rules of the environment. I am used to it. Now, being a humanoid training domain is nothing. Looking at everyone again, he found an open space to land. Step by step, he slowly raised his right arm and began to condense and appear. The destruction sacred sigil also appeared at the same time. The two energies quickly converged in the palm of his hand and formed a palm-sized energy ball. The red-black energy shell wrapped around the silver-black viscous liquid-like core. The dark light it emitted was somewhat ominous. Just by appearing in the space, the ice field where he stood became dark, and the concept-level space was a little shaky. Chaos, annihilation energy. If I use the power of chaos to activate this energy. He looked at the slowly spinning energy ball wrapped in a circle of cyclone and narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, when the time comes, I have to find a way to change this body into a form dominated by the power of chaos. Under the rules, order, energy form, using the power of chaos as the dominant power, the switching process. Troublesome, a little troublesome. Looking at the ball in his hand, he could not help but sigh. He had only done this once before, and it was when the Divine Shadow clan was charging into the Divine Realm. He had no choice but to use it. At that time, he knew nothing about the annihilation energy, so he did not expect it to be so troublesome. He only knew that it could be used, so he used it. In the end, he was forcefully suppressed after fighting for a while. Fortunately, he happened to be on his home ground, so he borrowed the power of the Divine Realm to hold himself back. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? Perhaps he would have listened to the call to join the chaotic void at that time. Furthermore, to unleash 100% of the power of origin while this body was dominated by chaos. Wow, it was another troublesome matter of cutting himself in half. Just the sound of it was heartbreaking, and his soul was already wailing in advance. Most importantly, he needed to find a lock, one that would prevent him from suddenly volunteering to join the chaotic void when he used the rules, order, energy form to control the power of annihilation. Phew, looks like I have to deal with this. I can only use every method, no matter if it works or not. I have to use as many as I can. He clenched his hand and kept the ball of energy. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind, and a voice with a hint of the warmth of the winter sun rang out behind him. "Little star, are you busy?" The slightly different tone of voice startled him a little. He quickly turned around and saw a certain ice sculpture of a girl looking at him with a warm smile. Her hands were naturally crossed in front of her, looking elegant and dignified. There was a strange blush on her pretty face, and the snow and ice crystals around her were all kept away for some reason. What's wrong? Aren't you busy with your enlightenment after being tormented by the origin domain? Yin Nuashing stepped forward and patted the girl's head. He saw that there was a hint of shyness in her gentle smile, gently biting her red lips, and her eyes were slightly twinkling. This unfamiliar way of acting cute made him very puzzled. He could only guess, is there anything you need my help with? Shuang's pretty face was slightly red. She reached out and pulled his hand, twirled it twice, and nodded gently. He was even more puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, the girl took the initiative to explain the purpose of her visit. She even repeated what she said. When I'm a higher tier, there's a way to reduce the degree of the chaos corruption you're affected by, huh? Yin Nuashing was startled for a moment. He could not help but scratch his cheek. I was just about to look for you to talk about this. Shuang was startled. Huh? I was just thinking about a way to resist the corruption of the chaos. Suddenly, this matter was placed in front of me like a duck on a perch, and I had to spend a lot of effort to think about it. So, I'm going to use the various methods that I've already thought of and prepared. Whether it's useful or not, I'll use them on myself first. Yin Nuashing sighed and looked helpless. Oh, Shuang rolled her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, she hugged him and flew towards the direction of the big ice lotus. That's just right. Let's do it now. Are you ready? Yin Nuashing could not help but turn his head to look at the girl as she flew forward. The girl did not answer his question. Her expression was a little strange. He felt that something was not right, but he could not put his finger on it. He did not know why, but he suddenly thought of the time when he was suffocated in the broken continent of origin. Damn, was he going to do it again? Should he call out his little blanket? He felt a little guilty. Once his mind was out of control, it would be out of control. Hui did not know how many times he had said it. He really could not remember. After all, the time when that guy went crazy was much longer than the time when he was not. No, what he wanted to say was that he had suddenly gone out of control, and he was running all the way in the direction of immorality without any intention of stopping. His mind was filled with the scene of being suffocated in the broken continent of origin, and the scene after that. He widened his eyes. Was it not a good time to let his imagination run wild? Knowing that his thoughts were running in the direction of immorality, he immediately shifted his attention and looked around. Suddenly, he felt Shuang hugging him tighter. My waist is going to break, girl. You are a high-level yuan sure, and he is only at the peak of origin. Don't use so much strength. Mei Mao, who was as cold as a glacier, was a little dazed. She turned her head and looked at him carefully from time to time. He looked at the pretty face in front of him, and his mind was in turmoil. At this moment, he caught the last thing that could pull his thoughts away and let it quickly occupy his mind. The scene of fireworks in the void made him calm down in an instant. Unfortunately, when he was half-hugged by Shuang and brought to the center of the ice lotus, before he could recover from the scene of fireworks, he suddenly felt his body lose balance. He hurriedly came back to his senses, only to see the sky suddenly appear in his sight. His back touched something cold. Then, an icy blue figure came down from above and occupied most of his vision. His forehead was instantly covered with sweat. An ominous premonition swept through his soul like a storm. Damn it, I've been pushed down. Something bad is going to happen. Just as he was about to shout for help, his mouth was blocked. Shocked, he was about to call for help again. The soul power of the high-level yuan sure with a cold breath broke into his soul, which was not guarded against her. She quickly pressed down on the place that should be pressed, and sweat broke out on his forehead like a broken dam. Out of the corner of his eye, he barely caught a glimpse of the clear sky. His dying desire for survival made him make a final struggle. He immediately raised his hand to the sky, and colorful energy rapidly converged. Crack! The huge ice lotus suddenly trembled and began to seal from the inside out, layer by layer. The sound of ice sculptures colliding with each other was crisp and a little dull. The collision of ice shards fell on his hands and face, making him feel cold. At the same time, a thick, icy blue energy curtain suddenly shrouded from above, and the sky gradually darkened. Looking at the dimming of his vision, A last sad thought came to his mind. It's over, I'm gone. Chapter 2076. The Black Shroud. Its essence was an essence that she did not want to mention. The Abyssal Death Shroud. Even if she had been converted into order, it still made her feel weird. Even if Little Star did not care about such things, she still felt a little uncomfortable. If she could touch the origin energy, the uncomfortable feeling might lessen, but it was just wishful thinking. Being able to smoothly convert her roots and soul into order was already the best outcome, and being covered with a layer of weak origin energy and weak origin rules might be the limit. Mastering the origin energy and whatnot was just a thought. After she had transformed into order, she actually went to the domain of origins and tried to see if she could inherit the power of origins. However, she did not find anything. As for the power of origins, forget it. Even if she did not have that power, she had her own limits that she could reach and needed to reach. It would not be a problem, even if it took a little effort. Yes, she was also forcing herself, just like everyone else. Perhaps it was because of the recent changes in the Void frontline that made everyone a little nervous, even though there was still some time before that event. If the origin energy did not work, the primeval domain could still be considered. She had to think about how to spread her primeval domain only in Little Star's soul. Her main function was still to hold that big idiot back, since she was a dedicated support. Although everyone was teasing her, it seemed to be the case. In a battle of that level, he would push himself to the limit at any time, and if she did not pay attention to him, he might not be able to withstand it. With her by his side, at least he would feel a lot better, and he could also fight with all his might without holding back. The primeval domain, order, and the essence of the Abyssal Death Shroud. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with this part, she suddenly heard a voice in her soul, startling her. Ming, come, pull me. Time is of the essence, I need. Hurry. Shuang's voice was so weak that she could barely speak 2 sentences, and the little angel hurriedly opened her eyes. On the icy plains, everyone was still immersed in their own affairs, except for the little ice girl who was sitting next to them. The little angel quickly found the direction in her soul and left the place silently. She followed the scent and teleported to the place. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that 1/3 of the ice lotus was closed. A layer of dark blue light shrouded the top of the lotus, and she could not see what was going on inside. However, she seemed to feel Little Star's scent coming from inside. It was a little strange, as Little Star's scent seemed to have merged with the ice lotus. She looked around, and her gaze paused. Shuang was leaning sideways at the bottom of the ice lotus. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she was panting weakly. When the little angel hurried over, she found that half of Shuang's body had turned transparent, and her breath was showing signs of abnormal chaos. It was a little like the chaos that would appear when one's primeval core was torn apart, and there were signs that she could not control herself. The energy that kept leaking from her body seemed to prove this point, and the little angel was shocked. She hurriedly wrapped Shuang with her wings and mobilized her energy to protect the little ice girl who was exposed to the summer sun. She hurriedly asked, "What happened to you? Weren't you fine just now?" Shuang opened her eyes and looked at the little angel in front of her. She had a smile on her face, and her arm was weakly resting on the little angel's shoulder. "Let's not talk about this first. Hurry up and get me out of here." "Phew, I don't have the strength to move." "There's still time. Let's get out of here quickly." The little angel looked at Shuang and then at the ice lotus. Although she was very confused, she did not ask much at this time. She nodded and slipped out of the smooth ice field with Shuang in her arms. Hiss, the little ice sculpture was leaking cold air, and it was freezing. It's okay. Put me down here. If we go back like this, everyone will find out." Shuang whispered to the little angel. Shuang frowned, but did not go against her wishes. Shuang found a flat place to land and said, "So, can you tell me what happened now? What did you and Little Star do? You can't have taken the opportunity to attack Little Star, right? But it doesn't seem to have become like this." "Of course not." Shuang blushed, and shook her head with a bitter smile. She whispered, although I almost, you really... The little angel was shocked. No, no, almost. Shuang Shuang hurriedly pulled the little angel's wings and covered her blushing face. She said in a muffled voice, business is more important. I didn't think too much about it. It's just that halfway. Let's not talk about this, she whispered what happened just now, and the little angel's eyes widened. Her golden eyes were shining as she stared at her. You used half of your origin of soul and origin of structure at once. Is this the origin of structure and origin of soul that little star mentioned? Didn't I tell you not to use it? Why did you? No, let me finish. Shuang Shuang hurriedly shook her head. Because she was a little anxious, the energy in her body flowed faster. Last time, I told little star not to use the origin of structure and origin of soul. Of course, I wouldn't go against his wishes. I also know little star's thoughts. With my current strength, helping him to bear the impact of the concept of chaos and enduring the corrosion of chaos and the domain of chaos is undoubtedly a suicidal act. Little star knows, so he didn't allow it. So, I used another method to deal with it. It's a small protection that I left little star. It won't connect us together, but it will allow him to be protected when he faces the corrosion of order, energy, and laws. It's a protection from my essence. In essence, it's using my power to increase little star's resistance to corrosion. Shuang Shuang turned to look at the blue pillar of light that rose into the sky. She looked at the ice lotus with a gentle gaze. Although it's the same as the origin of structure and origin of soul, it's slightly different. If I stay with little star, the origin of structure and origin of soul that I left in little star's body will continue to resonate and connect with me. In the end, little star and I will really become that origin of structure and origin of soul. So, it's fine as long as I'm not beside little star. As long as I don't go near him before the evolution ends, it won't cause it to become the origin of structure and origin of soul. It's a protection that I leave for little star. So, you called me here in a hurry to take you away from that place. Oh, the little angel said, but she still could not help but frown. You could have called me before you carried it out. It would have made it easier for me to deal with your problem. Look at you now. Your dual origins are so messed up that I can't intervene. I can only sort it out slowly. Shuang Shuang looked at her in embarrassment and blinked her eyes. I didn't expect it to be so serious. Sigh, I didn't expect to be so weak. I can't even walk 2 steps. I really can't leave, so I called you. But it's so strange. I've seen little star torment himself more. But he doesn't seem to be like me. The little angel was speechless. She raised her hand and flicked Shuang Shuang's forehead heavily. He's completely used to it. You're actually comparing your situation to his? Can you be crazier and crazier than him? Seriously, you two are really troublesome, a pair of idiots. He's used to playing with his life and doesn't take himself seriously, but you should think about the consequences when you do things. What if you didn't wake me up just now and I really became a structure and soul mark? Have you ever thought about that? Shuang Shuang shrunk her neck and hid her face behind her wings, not daring to make sound. The little angel felt a little helpless. She knew what little star and the ice sculpture girl had agreed to do to defend against the chaos concept body, but she did not expect the two to do it without saying a word. Now, one had fallen asleep, and the other was half dead, unable to take care of himself. These two are really family. They don't even take themselves seriously when they cause trouble. This girl has been led astray by little star. What are you going to do now? It's impossible to hide the fact that half of your soul and your soul imprint are missing. Whether it's everyone or little star who wakes up first. Oh, it can't be hidden from little star in the first place. Don't worry. I'll be fine after some rest. Shuang Shuang's voice came from behind her wings. I've almost mastered this territory. I can use its power to help me recover. Although I can't fully recover in a short time, I don't think anyone will be suspicious. Once I've rested enough, send me to the ring of frost descent. I'll recover faster there. The little angel sighed, shook her head, and flew towards the ring of frost descent with Shuang Shuang in her arms. Just as she landed on the surface, she suddenly whispered, "By the way, little star should wake up in half a day. The evolution speed should be very fast in there. You go there in advance and help him pack his clothes." The little angel was just about to find a place to put Shuang Shuang down when she heard the words. Her whole body froze, and she almost threw Shuang Shuang down. When she came to her senses, she flung away the wings that were covering her face. Seeing that her pretty face was already red, her expression became even weirder. "You really didn't do anything else?" "No, I really didn't. It's just that the branding needs..." I really didn't." The little angel lowered her head suspiciously and sniffed Shuang Shuang for a moment. "You smell like little star." Shuang Shuang was speechless. Seeing that the girl was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak, coupled with what she said earlier, the little angel almost understood what happened in the middle. She rolled her eyes and laughed dryly. Then, she couldn't help but sigh. She seemed to be talking to herself. "No wonder little star always told me that if he stayed with you, see you and Blue Phoenix, it wouldn't be surprising if he lost his virginity one day." Shuang Shuang covered her face and couldn't help but whisper, "If little star wasn't unwilling at the moment, I would have eaten him up a long time ago, right?" Seeing that Shuang Shuang was acting like an ostrich again, the little angel rolled her eyes again and couldn't help but sigh. "Lost girl, that guy kept his chastity until the 139th era. He was a guy who focused on charging and breaking through the enemy lines and only wanted to strangle the underworld. He wanted to collapse the void of chaos and the void of order together. For him, this kind of thing couldn't cross the border for the time being. Not yet. The reason of the 139th era and the reason of the ancient era had to be added. At that time, he didn't know what he was. Everything was unstable. He had concerns, and his soul carried a lot of filthy things. The reason of the present was stronger, and all the reasons of the ancient era were no longer worthwhile. Or rather, for little star now, the reasons of the 139th era and the ancient era were no longer reasons. He didn't care about those reasons at that time at all. Now, he just wanted to kill the underworld. Sai, lost girl of all people, she just had to find this agent who carried a heavy burden. Well, she was also an idiot. There was nothing she could say. She was also a member who was picked up first, and she was in no position to criticize Shuang Shuang and the others. She could only say that now was not the right time. There was no other way. She could only wait. It was impossible to hide the fact that a certain little ice sculpture had dismantled half of herself. When everyone woke up, they immediately sensed a very strange aura within their sensory range. Since they were in the concept realm, they immediately assumed that someone had done something to it. Their curiosity prompted them to sneak over. When they arrived at the loop of frost, they immediately saw a certain little ice sculpture with half of her body transparent. They were all shocked when they saw that half of her body was missing and looked like a broken box. When they asked about the cause and process in detail, they sighed even more. The group looked at her, then stood at the edge of the loop of frost and looked at the blue light in the distance. They couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Everyone looked at her, then stood at the edge of the loop of frost and looked at the distant blue light. Siyu pulled Shuang Shuang back and forth, feeling that half of her chaotic presence was missing. She couldn't help but mutter, "Shuang Shuang has been completely assimilated by Little Star." Everyone nodded vigorously. We couldn't help but sigh. Maple's corruption is far stronger than you think. You will unconsciously be influenced by him and become very strange in certain aspects. He sighed and pointed at himself. Take me, for example. Which shield would rush up and beat someone up like a lunatic? Back then, I, as a shield, had put down my shield and charged into battle with a broadsword in hand. Half an era ago, I beat Maple up. Everyone smiled bitterly. Half an era ago, that was when an observer almost volunteered to join the void of chaos. While there aren't many people in the void of order who can really be a shield, Suifeng couldn't help but say, "And your goddess is a shield who will rush up and beat people up." Hui was speechless. He remembered that his god had been slapped away by the chaos concept entity when he was charging, and had been despised for many years. Because of this, The former had studied for many years how to be a good shield that would not get in the way when charging and breaking through enemy lines. After Hui had read the book that imparted experience, he had also been beaten up in the tower for many years. Siyu held Shuang's hand and looked at her. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with multicolored light. Shuang, I think I can help you solve the problem of the origin of your structure. Huh? Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They turned to look at Siyu, who was surrounded by multicolored light, and seemed to understand. The power of the goddess of creation is the best at analyzing and repairing the origin of structures. We couldn't help but ask, but doesn't that goddess's power only correspond to creations of order, energy, and the like? The creator of order didn't say that it could only correspond to creations of order. Moreover, energy life forms can also be seen as energy creations, right? Suifeng shrugged. Everything born under the void is called void spawn and is actually a type of creation. However, the more detailed classification depends on how you define creation. In any case, to the goddess of creation, there is no difference. Everything is an object, and as long as you have the origin of its structure, you can see it. To put it simply, as long as it is something that truly exists, the goddess will be able to see through it. Before this, Xiaoyu could not fully grasp this power, so she was not very clear about the structure of objects such as energy life forms. But now, he turned to look at Siyu and saw that she was holding Shuang's hand and seemed to be deep in thought. He nodded. Seems like she has entered the realm. Shuang nodded. She held Siyu's hands and smiled. Then I'll leave it to you. His consciousness was immersed in a comfortable and cool breeze. It was soft and not cold. It was the comfortable temperature he liked the most. However, after lying like that for a long time, it felt a little cold. He wanted to hug something to warm himself up. He thought that he would not fall asleep again after that sleep, but he did not expect to be kissed and suffocated by Shuang again. No, this time, it was a problem with his soul. What did Shuang do? What did she do to him with his soul? He wasn't sure, but there seemed to be an icy, cold feeling in his soul. It was like a gust of cold air wandering around his soul and gathering near the light in his heart. Finally, it turned into a pattern made of layers of diamond-shaped ice crystals. It looked a bit like a crown made of ice. The pattern made of ice crystals exuded a very intimate aura. It hovered above the light in his heart for a while, and then slowly sank into the light. It was placed in the same place as the world core of order. They were squeezed together, but they did not merge. At the same time, he felt a cold air spreading in his soul. He looked carefully for the source. He saw that his chest was wrapped around his collarbone and went all the way to his back. In addition, there was an ice blue pattern that occupied 1/3 of his back. The pattern was like the color of the wind and snow. It looked like it depicted the world of wind and snow. The pattern was made of ice crystals and snowflakes. It looked like it was left behind by Shuang, coupled with the pattern that looked like a crown made of ice. Oh, what did that girl do? Speaking of which, did she leave too many imprints on his soul? This was the main reason why he had wrapped himself so tightly in his clothes. When he fully unleashed it, many patterns would appear on his body. It was so strange that he wished he could wear a mask on his face. Really, it was too strange. If it was just a small part, it would be fine, but to have his whole body covered in mosaics. Forget it. Let's not complain anymore. After all, he had absorbed 196 types of origin energy. After completing the 146 types, the pattern spread even more ridiculously, and his whole body was covered in patterns. His consciousness and soul that were resting in the source environment woke up peacefully. He opened his eyes. The sky was clear as if it was made of ice crystals. He could not see the sun, but he could feel the bright light. At the same time, he could feel the cold wind blowing. It was creepy, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. Yin Nuoxing shuddered. He raised his hand to face the light curtain that was falling from the sky. He looked at the patterns that jumped out mischievously as the energy flowed on his hand. They slid down his white arm from his palm. His arm? He was stunned for a moment. A gust of cold wind blew over. making him feel cold all over. He could not help but sit up quickly. His whole body stiffened. His butt was cold. Fortunately, he did not know how to stick to it. Otherwise, his butt would have been stuck to the ice lotus. Could it be that his clothes were stripped naked? Oh, his chastity was still there. Damn it, why did he care about this first? Oh, you're awake? It seems that I'm a little late. The voice that suddenly came from behind made Nuashing tremble all over. His pretty face turned red, and he hurriedly pulled his thick hair to cover his private parts. Just as he was about to wave his hand to block something, a figure with golden light and golden energy particles appeared in front of him. The figure's white wings also gently flapped twice. He was slightly stunned. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to find something to block it first. Little Angel saw Little Star looking for his clothes in a hurry. She suddenly felt that it was very interesting. She simply sat beside him and watched him from a close distance. She watched him dance in front of her eyes. His white body kept swaying. When she saw the awkward expression on his face, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Yin Nuashing was extremely embarrassed by the girl's admiring gaze. He could not help but grit his teeth and wanted to say something. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. After Little Angel finished laughing, she went up to help him. In less than 2 minutes, she helped him tidy up his clothes, although it might have ended faster if she wasn't here. Little Angel saw Little Star and felt a little awkward. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to tidy up?" Yin Nuashing. Don't say it as if I've experienced something. Little Angel chuckled. I'm referring to the things that Shuang left on your body. Immediately, Little Star's pretty face turned red again. She felt that it was very interesting. She couldn't help but move closer to him and pinch his face. Don't tell me that you don't mean what you say. Don't tell me that you're actually... No, I'm not. Yin Nuashing turned his head and rolled his eyes at the girl. He patted his clothes angrily and couldn't help but mutter, "This girl, she threw me aside after playing with me. She doesn't even know how to tidy me up." Little Angel thought for a moment and decided not to complain about this part. She might as well tell the truth directly. Actually, Shuang, after listening to Little Angel, Yin Nuashing's expression suddenly became very strange. He pressed his palm on his chest a few times. After a moment, he sighed faintly. So why didn't she tidy me up? Ahem, let's not talk about this. Where is she? On the ring of frost descent. So you just tidied up her soul root. However, her soul root can only recover slowly. She took half of it all at once. It's almost a big loss. Yin Nuashing's expression was strange. He sighed deeply and pulled Little Angel up to the ring of frost descent. He found a certain little ice sculpture who was still happily chatting with Siyu. When he landed, the little ice sculpture's expression changed instantly when she saw him. He didn't know which part of her made her anxious when she saw him. She jumped up and wanted to run away, but he was one step ahead and grabbed her. Why are you running? I haven't said anything yet. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and pulled Shuang to sit down. The origin energy gradually gathered, and 2 pairs of azure wings appeared on his back. He stretched them slightly and wrapped them around her body. The surging origin energy flowed into her soul, helping to tidy up her chaotic soul root. Feeling that the chaos in her soul root was being tidied up little by little, he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked at the ice sculpture, who had her head lowered and her hands curled up. Her palms were restlessly rubbing as if she had done something wrong. He thought for a moment and didn't say anything. He just patted her head and stroked her long hair. Shuang suddenly smiled at him and rested her head on his shoulder. Although he really did not intend to do anything, he was just a rag doll that was thrown aside after being played with by this group of merciless girls. He was already used to it. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. When the girls also sat down and chatted at the edge of the ring of frost descent, he had the time to fiddle with the brand that Shuang had just left on him. It was indeed not the imprint of structure and soul. It was a brand that connected him and Shuang together. He once heard, "Phew, He once heard that it could help the origin life stabilize and conceal its structure and soul to prevent the void from affecting it. However, it also had practical uses. For example, it could be used to resist the erosion of energy, order, and rules. It was said that there were more uses for it, but he didn't wait until the day when he could listen to her explanation. Phew! Sigh. Back then, even with this imprint, sigh. Forget it. Let's not think about that part. The imprint that Shuang left on him felt a little like a single copy of the imprint of structure and soul. It only worked on himself and would not involve Shuang. This was the result he wanted. When that day came, the chaotic concept body would most likely focus on him. It was fine that he had 196 types of origin energy and might be able to withstand it. But if Shuang shared it with him, then something was bound to happen. After Shuang solved this problem, other methods to deal with the chaotic concept body also needed to be arranged as soon as possible. He turned his head to look at the sanctum of creation and could not help but roll his eyes. This time, he had to string himself up. He needed a result that could be placed in the realm of order. Even if the chaos concept body focused most of its attention on him, it would still be fatal for the others to only bear a small part of it. This part had to be resolved well. And if he didn't make it, yes, he also needed to prepare some plans to deal with the situation if he didn't make it. Chapter 2077. Chaos, Corruption, and the Realm of Chaos. He was willing to call them the biggest problem in the war between order and chaos. If he had to add a suffix to make it clearer, it would be the absence of the god of origin, which referred to the situation they were in at this moment. Those who were supposed to deal with those damn things had all stepped into the path of reincarnation, leaving them, the group of unqualified warriors of order, to scratch their heads to deal with the deepest and most massive threat from the chaotic void. To be honest, he felt that it was impossible. Things that should be dealt with by those who should be dealt with. If they forced themselves to deal with things that should be dealt with, it would be like pushing ducks onto a perch or a grill. But the situation in front of them was, no, it seemed like they could only bite the bullet and say yes. There were not many effective ways to deal with the realm of chaos. He needed to find the best solution among these methods, or find a better way. Although, with the current situation, finding a new way was really a fantasy. Hui and the other's realm of origin. Well, he had said from the beginning that the realm of origin could only be treated as a surprise. Even if they insisted on tangling with it, they might not be able to get any results. It was a very unfunny joke. Maybe they could pin their hopes on their realm of origin, but they could not put all their hopes on it. Anyway, they just needed to be prepared to deal with the worst situation. Reality would always be worse than imagination. The more they prayed to touch hope, the more they would fall into the abyss and sink into it, unable to break free. What they could do now, the limit they could reach now, the time they had. Phew! The sound of the chains slipping and unlocking woke him up. He looked up at the dark hall that he had tidied up like a silk cave. After a moment, he sighed softly and covered his chest to sense for a moment before he lifted his feet and walked out of the hall. In the conceptual space, he looked up at the sky that was reflecting the dazzling light of the ice and snow. The sparkling light spots hung in the sky as if he had come to the bottom of the sea and stared at the distant sea. The sky was changing into strange patterns under the swaying light spots, and he did not know what it was showing. The wind and snow in this space had a rare moment of complete stop. In his impression, the wind and snow of this divine realm had never stopped since the day it was opened, and such an abnormal phenomenon had never happened. He could not help but put his hands in front of his mouth and exhaled. It was a little cold. Although the wind and snow had stopped, the cold air here was still very thick and was gradually getting thicker. Some kind of change invisible to the naked eye had descended in this space, causing the temperature here to drop rapidly. If he was not wrong, ordinary energy should be frozen into ice the moment it left the body. What is Shuang doing? The abnormal change here suddenly reminded him of the ice sculpture of the little girl who was most likely to cause the change here. He thought for a moment, but could not figure out the reason. so he decided to go and have a look. It just so happened that he had been bored in the sanctuary of creation for a long time, and it was time to come out and get some fresh air. In front of the conch house, Hui, Suifeng, Qing Jun, and Brother Lei had gathered together after so many years. At this moment, they were all looking up at the ring of frost in the sky. As they watched, they poured out the ice in the cup and threw it into their mouths, and then poured a new cup of ice for themselves. This place was so cold that even the tea of the gods would become ice cubes. The speed of their manual melting was far slower than the speed of freezing, so they simply threw it into their mouths and chewed. The sudden energy movement made the four of them turn their heads and saw a certain colorful humanoid opening a portal and walking out. They were all startled when he appeared in their line of sight. Hui reflexively threw a cup of ice over and greeted him while still hanging sideways on the back of the chair. "Yo, busy person, you're awake. Seems like you took a little less time this time." Yin Nuoxing looked at the cup full of ice in her hand and thought for a moment in silence. She picked up one of the ice cubes and stuffed it into her mouth. "Oh, it's so cold." The icy breath is released from the ice cubes. It's so strong that it's a little... The movement of this energy, this aura. Looking at Maple chewing the ice cubes and coming closer, Hui raised his finger and pointed at the ring of frost. "Your girls are all on the ring of frost. By the way, your little blanket has successfully entered the 8th level. Look at you. You obviously don't know yet. The observer who is so busy with her career that she doesn't care about her home." Yin Nuoxing, who had just walked to the table, was stunned when she heard this. She looked at the four people looking at her with a confused face and opened her mouth. "Huh, she's already at the 8th level? Has it been a long time? Has it been so long? It's been a long time. It's been so long that my back is aching and my hands and feet are not flexible." Hui grumbled, took his cup, and poured ice into it. The time you woke up over the years is like the difference between a piece of ice and an iceberg. You woke up more than 200,000 times, which is half an era's time. I've been counting for you. What are you busy with? Half an era? Another half an era has passed. Yin Nuoxing listened to the words in a daze. She looked up, and her brain did not respond. Answering the question was an instinctive action of her consciousness. Busy with what? What else can I be busy with? I'm preparing all the final conditions needed to put together the last piece of the puzzle needed to charge and break through the enemy lines. For this, I'm willing to pay any price. As he spoke, he sighed heavily and put his palm into his chest. After feeling around for a while, he took out a heavy, brightly colored ball the size of a head. Every time he placed an energy ball on the table, it would make the table that could withstand the end of the world tremble. We saw that a ball was not placed firmly and rolled out. He hurriedly sat up and reached out to catch it. However, the moment he quickly reached out to touch it, he felt a strange, heavy touch from his hand. He was stunned and did not have time to catch it. He watched it fall straight onto the ice. Boom! A dull thud reverberated across the ice field. A one-time earthquake of unknown magnitude bounced them up a few meters along with the manor. When they regained their balance, they turned their heads with a dumbfounded look. The ball that fell in the ice field had smashed a hole about 100 feet in size and sunk almost a meter deep. Damn it, this was the realm of wind and snow. Permafrost, the primeval realm of the ice god. Although it was a broken version, there were still two real domain creations here. The defensive power of this realm was the same no matter which corner it was in. Even so, the ball still managed to create such a huge hole in the ground. Just how heavy was this ball? Suifeng was sweating profusely as he lifted the ball from the bottom of the hole. The moment he lifted it, his handsome face turned green. He hurriedly exerted all his strength. The veins on his forehead were bulging. He could even feel the ice under his feet creaking. This thing was so heavy that he had to mobilize all his strength to bear it. I think if this thing was thrown at my face, I would be smashed into the spiritual temple on the spot. Suifeng was sweating profusely as he put the thing on the table. When he put it down, it was as if he had put down tens of thousands of worlds. At this moment, he clearly understood the meaning of relieved from a physical point of view. "Brother Feng, what have you made this time? Yin Noashing counted the pyramids piled up on the table for a while, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he replied, energy source worlds, 1 with perfect origin energy as the head, 3 with 95% origin energy as the supplement, and the remaining origin energy has not changed. With this as the condition, it is the best quality energy source world that I can take out at this stage. But to be frank, even if I had half an era, I probably wouldn't be able to find a better energy source world. At present, there shouldn't be a better way to combine origin energies, and the other 3 origin energies that have reached 95% wouldn't be able to advance any further for the time being. It would be troublesome beyond 95%, which is why. He sighed softly. That's probably the final preparations. Oh no, there's still the sea of energy, but I don't have to keep an eye on that. After a long time, it would reach its limit. The 4 of them were petrified into statues. Brother lay dislocated his jaw on the spot. It took him quite a while to put his jaw back together in a flurry. When he opened his mouth to speak, he was trembling. What have you been doing for the past half an era? Yin Nuashing shrugged. Nothing much. I just did my best and disintegrated myself a few times. Hui remained silent. He poured the ice in the teapot over his head to force himself to calm down. What are the other 3 origin energy? The power of blessing, the magic circle that complements a major part of the void frontline's energy, the origin energy of hour, and the power of wool. Yin Nuashing sat down and casually placed a sphere on his hands. It was only after careful consideration that I chose these 3 powers. They're rather balanced and can strengthen both offense and defense. It's a choice that only targets chaos concept bodies and can take care of both. We counted left and right and pondered for a while. Then, he felt that something was not right. That's not right, Feng. Given your style, shouldn't you be risking your life to maximize your offensive power? Why are you suddenly thinking about balance? Something's not right. Something's not right. You're not right. Sui Feng and the others were curious as well. They turned towards the observer and said in unison, that's right. Shouldn't you continue on the path of brute force through the void? Yin Noashing rolled her eyes and whispered, tugging at her hair. First of all, my destruction energy is complete, and the other origin energies might not be more destructive than destruction energy in terms of offense. Moreover, there's no telling what would happen when they're combined. Mastering an origin energy with powerful offensive power would definitely increase my power without a doubt, although it might not be better than working with other origin energies. Moreover, we don't have much time, and the path beyond 90% is rather difficult. As mentioned before, even if I had an origin energy that had reached perfection as a guide in front of me as a sample, it would not allow me to fly in the other paths, and at most it would speed me up a little. In terms of magnitude, it would be 3 times faster. That's what it looks like on the surface, but in fact, 30 to 40% of the 3 paths could be learned from each other, which is why my path is smoother. Yes, the most important reason is that we don't have much time, which is why we can't test each origin energy one by one. Once a path is taken, we would only stop when there's a clear change, which would take a lot of effort and time. That is why we could only choose origin energy that we know at a glance would definitely be of great help and prioritize them. These 3 origin energies were chosen after weighing the pros and cons. They could be used to attack or defend, and just so happen to satisfy both aspects. Especially now that our defenses are still rather weak, the combined power of these 3 origin energies should be able to better counter the chaos domain of the chaos concept body. Hui and the others let out a long "oh" in return. They were forced by time and could not make a better choice. It was impossible to know in advance which of the 100 over paths would have the best effect, which was why they could only choose those powers that they knew at a glance would definitely be of help. That was why they chose those 3. It was a very safe choice, which was that it was not the observer style. TSK, the observer, who had been clamoring to attack at full capacity no matter what, was now forced by time to consider things in a balanced manner. It was a compromise, since the present situation did not seem to allow them to not compromise. Sui Feng remained silent for a while, before using all his strength to hold a ball in his hand. Brother Phone, what are these balls for? Oh, we haven't talked about that. Yin Nuashing recovered and looked at him. You can put them in the Fort of Origins. Use these to replace its entire core. This batch is for the Fort of Origins, while you can throw the old ones into the Sea of Energy and melt them. Did you melt the core of the Fort of Origins Realm of Order? That. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. That core was something that had witnessed his progress step by step. It had also taken a lot of effort to make it. It could be considered the predecessor of these energy source worlds. However, he had indeed not thought of how to deal with that thing. Now, it was really not of much use. Meld it too. After all, I still have a lot of this. These are the amount that I have gathered after disintegrating myself countless times over the years. No matter what I need to deal with, it is definitely enough. Hui and the others were speechless. How many times did he disintegrate himself? It seems that he had been risking his life over the years just to put those things together. All right. Swayphone was sweating profusely, scratching his head as he replied dryly. He then raised his hand and patted Brother Lei. Mang Lei, help me move these things. These things are so heavy. They are now in a completely shrunken state. To make it easier to move them, their concepts and laws have been compressed. They won't be so heavy when they are unfolded, but they will keep releasing energy, so it's not convenient to move them. Oh, after putting them in the core space, it's not a problem to carry them around. Standing here, Qing Jun also felt bored, so he helped carry a bunch of energy source worlds and followed them to the Fortress of Origin. The three of them set off together, flying up with those heavy things, swaying as if they were drunk. Seeing that swaying strength, he and Huidu had inexplicable expressions. The latter couldn't help but say, "Can't they just put them in their pockets and take them away? Have they gone stupid standing here in the wind? Oh, that thing can't be stored in normal dimensions. Your dimensions and world-like clusters can't store it either. Its specifications are too high, and because of that, it has a very high requirement on the laws, order, and concepts of the objects stored or carried, so it can only be used on objects that are outside of the specifications, such as the Fortress of Origin. Even if I carry it with me, I can only keep it with me. You see, I just took it out from my body," Yin Nuashing explained. "I saw it. You took it out from your heart. I didn't expect it to have this layer of meaning." Hui nodded in understanding. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and looked up at the ring of frost descent. See you, Blue Phoenix, Little Angel, and Dao Tian were all at the edge of the ring of frost descent, looking at the center expectantly. There was an ice cube surging like liquid. His sight and senses told him that the thing in the middle was an ice cube, but looking at the squirming action of its chrysalis, it looked like a mass of liquid. He could not tell which was real and which was fake, or if all of them were real. What is Shuang Shuang doing? The surging ice cube was Shuang Shuang, the little ice sculpture, but he did not know what the girl was doing and could not understand. She seems to be trying to activate the domain of origins. Hui opened his mouth and poured the ice cube into it. He held it in his mouth and waited for it to melt. He then replied clearly, "Many years ago, her origin energy had reached 95%. She used a period of time to stubbornly attack the domain of origins. Oh no, not activated. She's trying to go one step further." Yin Nuashing put down her teacup and tilted her head to look at him in confusion. It means that she has actually activated the domain of origins a long time ago. But the domain of origins at that time was just a prototype, a simple domain. Now, she's trying to perfect it into a normal domain of origins. Hui rested his chin on his palm and replied, "It took some effort. She has been troubled for many years and is in a hurry, but she is too embarrassed to disturb you. I want to drag you out of the cocoon of chains and ask you to help her." Yin Nuashing opened her mouth and responded vaguely. She saw Hui turn his head and took a deep breath, looking at her with a very emotional expression. Suddenly, she understood what Hui meant and said, "You have neglected them. I know this half an era is really a bit too fast. I didn't even realize it myself. Half an era has passed just like that. But isn't this to get the last part of the conditions? Well, there is no other way. But I understand I should be free for a while. I will go and accompany them. You don't have to say anything." Hui stared and crushed the ice cube in his mouth. "You, little brother, what is wrong with you? You have already understood it first, and you still know how to steal the lines?" Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and smacked her lips. "Anyway, every time I wake up after a long sleep, you always say this. Speaking of which, you are always more anxious than those girls. I always feel that something is wrong. Something is wrong. Oh, this." Hui scratched his cheek a little embarrassedly. "I am urging you to get married." Yin Nuashing thought for a while and decided to directly ignore this topic. "What about you? How are you doing now?" "Well, I am one level away from being sealed into the 8th heavenly layer. Currently, the origin energy has been converted to 90%. The origin realm. Well, do you want to hear the truth or the lie?" Huey's hands were clasped together with a serious expression on his face. Yin Nuashing was a little confused and could not tell what he wanted to say for a while. "Tell me the truth." "The truth is..." Hui suddenly jumped up as if he had a stroke. He took out a bunch of flowers from nowhere and scattered them to himself. He was so excited that he sang and danced. "I have finally touched the threshold of the origin realm." Yin Nuashing blew away the petals on her face. "Then what is the follow-up?" The follow-up is..." Hui calmed down instantly and sat back on the chair. He could not help but smile bitterly. "That it is not easy, but there is still a little bit of time. It should be possible. There should be a prototype. Well, give me a little more time." "Oh." Yin Nuashing looked at him. "Don't worry. Take your time. It is a surprise that you have touched the threshold. The rest, you just have to follow your own will bit by bit. You have all picked up the power of will again. It is good to let your own will lead you forward when you are in a dilemma." Luo Ying said so, although the original words were not so. I thought you would be anxious and urge me to hurry up or something." Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. "Take the origin domain as an unexpected surprise. I've said it before, instead of placing your hopes on the ethereal origin domain, it's better to rely on your origin domain." Hui laughed dryly and scratched his head. He changed the topic. "Speaking of which, during the long period when you were sleeping alone, some of the second-generation inheritors in our family were stuck at 80% of the realm. It was the situation that I mentioned at that time. The pure second-generation inheritors will be stuck at this threshold and needed help. At that time, we were going to ask you to go out." Yin Nuashing replied with ice in her mouth and cold breath. "You didn't ask me. Does that mean you have found a solution? It took us 1 or 2 years to solve it." Hui nodded. "The problem was solved with the realm of origin that was used for inheritance and the Dantian that was left behind. Fortunately, the gods of origin had the foresight to leave the method of guidance in the Dantian, but they did not leave any conditions. We were actually looking for conditions during those 2 years. At that time, we were still insisting that you should use the realm of origin to suppress them, but we did not want to disturb you, so we put this matter aside. Later, we remembered the realm of origin that was used for inheritance and used it to solve this problem." Yin Nuashing's eyes widened when she heard that. "Just come to me directly. It is not a big deal." No. You're always busy with life-threatening matters, so we usually don't look for you directly if there's nothing. Our priority isn't very high, but if we can't settle it within 5 years, we plan to find you when you wake up and don't go out. During that period of time, you should be about to wake up, so we plan to wait for a while. But in the end, we didn't bother you." Huey's mouth was chewing on a piece of ice as he spoke in a slightly muffled voice. Yin Nuashing tilted her head and looked at him. She sighed helplessly and muttered to herself. "Busy with life-threatening matters. How was the void front line in this an era? Now that you mention it, there are some things I need to tell you. Some unexpected things happened during this an era." Hui straightened his hands and sat up with a face full of energy. "First of all, the number of people in our family has skyrocketed. It has increased by half." Yin Nuashing spat out a mouthful of ice and stared at him with wide eyes, his tongue trembling. "What? Many more than half. What the hell is half? Where did this half come from?" "The Order warriors in the Void front line abducted them." Hui held his chin with his left hand and opened his right hand. He replied with a relaxed tone. "First of all, let me tell you the result. We have taken care of everything, so you don't have to worry. After the announcement of the final battle half an era ago, everyone had a holiday. After the holiday, two-thirds of the people were holed up in the void frontline and the frontline worlds, and one-third of the people were wandering around in the void. Well, I'm not going to say anything. Ahem, of the 5 trillion extra order warriors, most of them came from the frontline worlds, and the rest were brought back by the order warriors who were wandering around in the void. Some of the worlds of the order warriors could not be brought to the frontline due to various reasons. Who would have thought that after countless years, they were miraculously intact and still floating around in the void? And because they had ascended into the higher order and affected their own worlds, some of the rules have been raised, and many of them had ascended into the realm of the primeval. Yin Nuashing was a little startled. I have almost forgotten about the matter of one's own world affecting one's own. After all, I have been fighting against the macroscopic rules. I got used to the existence of the primeval rules and forgot that the other places were still locked. We could not help but smile bitterly. The sublimation effect brought about by one's own ascension is not particularly obvious, especially when the macroscopic rules have almost locked the path to the realm of primeval. When I was young, Sui Qing was the one who pushed the situation, saying that the primeval rules had affected their world through the disturbances of the advanced primeval. So it slightly tore open the seal of the macroscopic rules, allowing the worlds behind them to have the possibility of sublimation. Although the effect is not that strong, at least there is a gap for them to crawl through. Well, that's what I mean. There are many primeval in the worlds of the Order Warriors that were not destroyed. The highest is already at the pinnacle of the beginner level. Since it is a unified world, they dragged all of them to the void frontline. After half an era, they have become a considerable force, bringing many intermediate primeval to the void frontline. As for the frontline world, it was only after statistics that we found out that there were so many people related to the frontline world. A considerable number of them had voluntarily joined the void frontline in recent years, and some of them have been brought in by the Order Warriors since half an era ago. The main purpose was to increase the combat power of the void frontline, so that they could bring in their own people. Yin Nuashing heard it and said, "Much better than the public toilet incident back then, right?" Puffed. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of ice. His cheeks trembled as he looked at Maple, who had a calm face. He could not help but mumble, "Maple, you are poisonous. Poisonous." Although the public toilet incident really made me depressed for a long time. Yin Nuashing shrugged and drew circles on the cup with her finger, tracing the patterns. Her eyes flashed. Speaking of which, why do these teacups look so familiar? He almost spat out another mouthful of ice. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his cheeks twitching a few times. We have been using it for an era, and you only realized it now? This is the Origin tea set that you resented so much back then, but it is the same style, not the set that you are wearing. I heard from Xiao Xiao that there was a god of Origin who liked to do these things, from pots and pans to tables and chairs. He liked to do it all himself. Look, these uniform patterns were all branded by him. The other god of Origin's divine patterns were added by other gods of Origin themselves. Yin Nuashing said, "Let's talk about something else." Ahem, there are suddenly 5 trillion Order Warriors. Since you've directly called them Order Warriors, I think it's a pass. Are there enough energy towers and creations from the Temple of Origins? They should have accumulated a lot over the years, right? And the energy source. He waved his hand vigorously at him. Okay. I have said from the beginning that everything has been taken care of. You don't have to worry about it. Everything has been taken care of according to your specifications and mine. What you need to do now is to solve your own problems and then go and accompany your little girl. If you want to get married, then go ahead. If you want to roll in the sheets, I will set up a barrier to prevent unauthorized people from entering and let you all," Yin Nuashing said. "Are you asking for a beating?" Air. Ahem. That's just what I want to say." He coughed hard and laughed dryly. 5 trillion. Yin Nuashing glanced at him, then looked away and stared blankly at the teacup. "There are a lot of people who we don't know. Although they all know you, The rumors are very ridiculous. And with all these things, in short, everyone knows us, just like in the past. The only difference is, Hui replied vaguely with ice in his mouth. He turned his head and looked at Feng. The newcomers all think that you are a high-level premier and even close to the peak. Although the seniors try to explain, it is useless. Yin Nuoxing said, "Wait, what is going on? I don't think there is anything to discuss about my unlucky realm, right?" Hui scratched his head and thought for a while. The rumors about you in the Void Frontline are one thing. The other thing is that after those newcomers were beaten up by your shadow in the tower, they do not believe that you are a cricket who is at the peak of origin. After all, when your shadow appeared, it was in the state of energy explosion. Plus, it changed into various forms of power. That momentum said that you are at the peak of origin. Let alone them, we don't believe it either. Yin Nuoxing's face was pale and hopeless. Who the F***CK did I offend? Do you think it is easy for me to get to where I am today? Do you know how much pressure I feel when I see you high-level primeval together? Do you know that those girls can now use the power of high-level premier to bully me? If I don't change my form, I will be trampled on the ground in minutes. They don't even give me a little time to struggle. Puff! Hui suddenly turned his head and spat out a mouthful of ice. Thinking carefully about the scene of Feng being executed by Shuang and the others on the ground. Well, he did not know why it was so funny, but he could not change his form of power. Maybe it was because Feng himself was funny? Looking at the history of his life. It was so funny. Chapter 2078. Obstructing one's path to the heavens was actually a rather annoying and unsettling thing. It was like announcing that one would only be 2 meters tall in one's lifetime. For those who wanted to grow taller, it was definitely an epic torment. Maple had also been tormented for more than 10 years. They were already at the peak of the origin in the 46th and 47th eras, and were preparing to enter the realm of the primeval in the future. Originally, they could have done it in the 51st era. So what the hell is that thing in the underworld, really? Just that thing, it broke the strongest and sharpest spear in the world of order, really? God damn it. Although Maple had always emphasized that he did not have to care about his realm as long as his strength grew, it was impossible for him to not care or not care about it. However, Maple really could not find a way to care about it. So he could only use other words to tell himself that he did not have to care about it for the time being, because caring about it would only make him depressed. Besides that, there was no other use. Anyway, he could continue to move forward or something. Fortunately, the origin energy had given Maple a path. Otherwise, he really did not know what Maple would do in the long 6 years. From his understanding of Maple, it would only be crazier and more dangerous than him tormenting the origin energy, but the results might not necessarily be as good as tormenting the origin energy. So from this point of view, the current situation was not too bad. After a few eras, Maple was still able to fight, and his path did not stop. He was still moving forward, and he was still thinking about his realm. If it was in the middle of the night when there was no one around, he would probably cry and sigh, as if he was crying and complaining. What a joke. The possibility of him brutally attacking the wall in the middle of the night was much higher than him secretly crying. It would be great if there was a chance for Maple to enter the realm of the primeval, whether it was for the upcoming battle, or... He looked up at the ring of frost descent. As soon as Maple walked up, CU and the little phoenix threw themselves on him for a while. This heartwarming scene. This scene made him feel comfortable just by looking at it. This ample amount of dog food. It made him laugh the whole time. Slurp. One day, he would definitely press Maple to the wedding. He swore. He swore in the name of the origin and order. Absolutely. He cough. What was he going to say? Oh, even if it was to let this scene continue, he also hoped that Maple could enter the realm of the primeval. As long as the matter of the final battle could be resolved, the scene in his mind would definitely not be just an imagination. Yin Nuoxing suddenly, a strange chill appeared from the top of his head, and quickly ran down his spine. It passed through his limbs and bones and spread to his entire body and made him tremble. See you in his arms. Did you catch a cold? Yin shivered. Logically speaking, maybe something was talking about me just now. I feel like I've been set up. He laughed dryly and shook his head. He pulled the two girls to sit down and pinched them without saying anything. He just leaned over and looked at his smiling little angel face. He stroked the wings that covered his body and spent some time with the three girls. After whispering to them for a while, he looked at the liquid ice cube in the center of the loop of frost descent. If he turned the scene into darkness with some starlight, he would feel like he was sitting in the middle of the starry sky and looking at the very active little star in the center of the belt. How schwang. There shouldn't be a problem. The little angel swept his cheeks with the tip of her wings. She prepared for a long time before taking this step. Schwang said there shouldn't be a problem. Schwang is also the one who caused the changes in the concept space. As long as the changes are stable, it will be fine. Schwang said that. Looking at her situation, it may be over soon. She held Little Star's hand, interlocked their fingers, and pulled him. What have you been doing for half an era? What I've been doing has never changed. Isn't it always the same thing? Yin shrugged. Seeing her pouting, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Suddenly, he felt a little curious. He turned to the other side and found that Cu and Blue Phoenix were also pouting slightly. Their eyebrows were slightly knitted, and Mei Mao was looking at him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their cute expressions. He turned to the other side and said, "Well, to be specific, there should be a change in a while. Look over there." The three girls turned their heads at the same time. Following his gaze, they saw the Fortress of Origin. They tilted their heads and said together, "Fortress of Origin. Yeah, let's see." Yin Nuashing nodded. Sui Feng and the others had been in there for a while. This time was enough for them to deal with the matters of the Fortress of Origin. Just like now, the countless patterns on the surface of the Fortress of Origin. The patterns would also appear when the Fortress of Origin's order domain was unfolding. It probably meant that the Fortress of Origin was rapidly mobilizing energy. At this moment, the patterns were gradually dimming. Even the huge pattern on the top was gradually dimming. After half a minute, an extremely powerful energy suddenly came from within the Fortress of Origin. The patterns that had just dimmed suddenly lit up again. This time, it was even brighter than before. Even the 32 rhombus-shaped crystals and the 16 balls above and below the Fortress of Origin burst out with light. For a moment, it looked like dozens of suns were blooming at the same time. The powerful energy and the dazzling light shocked the girls. The scene was engraved in their souls. They hurriedly put up energy barriers and covered their eyes. Blue Phoenix put up a barrier, Cu covered her eyes, and Feng Luo covered Cu's eyes. Little Angel covered his eyes in an instant. She hurriedly closed her eyes and stretched her wings to put up an energy barrier. Everyone cooperated with each other. The moment before they covered their eyes, they caught a glimpse of an intensely dazzling white light. Ka-ka. A muffled sound was heard. It was like a shock wave flashing past. The explosive energy instantly covered the entire space. Even if they closed their eyes, they were almost blinded. This thing is really exciting. The explosion of energy was not loud. It was just a little more dazzling. Even Huey's voice could not be heard. He put down his hands that were covering Cu's eyes and patted Little Angel's hand. After she let go, he looked in the direction where the sound came from. Hui was using 2 small shields to cover his eyes. They looked like sunglasses. He even reached out to push them on the bridge of his nose. He turned his head to look at his shiny face that revealed 8 big teeth. "Feng, do you think I look good wearing them?" Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. "You look like an idiot. If you told them to face down, I wouldn't have said anything. But when they face up, they look like peaches poking at my eyes." "Earn this." Hui was stunned for a moment before he laughed dryly. He hurriedly took off the 2 shields and put them back on his eyes. "The Fortress of Origin is so noisy. Is it okay? Don't tell me your new energy source world blew it up? How is that possible? It was created by the heavenly god of origin and placed in the innermost circle of the defense circle, an important creation of order that defends the core. It can be said to be the final line of defense. If the energy source world I created can make it explode, it means that this energy source world of mine should be able to blow up the chaos concept body. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and mumbled as he turned to look in the direction of the fortress of origin. His face twitched when he saw the situation in front of him. He was stunned by the drastic change in the world and the scene in front of him. The sky turned dark all of a sudden. The entire observer space, including the concept space, had switched to night. It was as if a fire had painted the sky black, and there was no normal light in sight except for the extremely dazzling red light. Behind the fortress of origin, there was an additional colorful ring as long as it was. Violent energy surged from the ring like a running river. The extremely dazzling fire released from the ring kept swaying, spreading out streaks of light that were thousands of miles long. The streaks of light also appeared on the fortress of origin and the few rings around it. It looked like flames were spewing out ferociously, while the inside was surging with endless energy, making them look like ignited stars. Circles of energy ripples were slowly and rhythmically appearing on the surface of the ring. In fact, if one looked closely, those ripples should be a layer of energy waves that were dozens or hundreds of miles thick that was constantly flowing on the fortress of origin. This thing exploded and blasted the sky black. Hui took down the two shields hanging in front of his eyes that looked silly no matter how he looked at them. He looked at the big thing in front of him and could not help but click his tongue. It looks like a star system has been ignited. How spectacular! The overall energy level has been raised by dozens of levels. That's strange. Its order realm has been strengthened by dozens of times, but I don't think it has reached this level. Yin Nuashing looked at the fortress of origin that was emitting a monstrous flame and tilted her head in confusion. Even if the energy source world that he had spent so much effort to create was very powerful, it should not be dozens of times stronger than the original one. After all, the original one was also created with great effort. Logically speaking, the new energy source world could strengthen the fortress of origin's order realm by 7 or 8 times, and he did not dare to think more than that. But now, what was going on? This is completely unexpected, but not entirely unexpected. Sui Feng's voice came from the space beside them. They all turned their heads and saw Sui Feng and the others coming out with afro hair and charred faces. Their sorry state shocked them. Changing the energy source did not cause them to set themselves on fire, did it? Brother Lei rubbed his face and gave himself a purification. Facing the shocked group, he smiled bitterly and explained the excessive energy was released all at once, and I didn't pay attention to it and blew myself up. Yin Nuashing and the others, they really did set themselves on fire. Was it that big of a deal to change the energy source? Ahem, let me explain. Sui Feng washed his face and coughed dryly. He waited for everyone to look at him before he looked at Brother Feng. Before he explained, he first reported the result. Brother Feng, the energy source world you created last time, is actually still not powerful enough. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Her mouth was agape for a moment. No. But didn't the realm of order open successfully? Yes, it did, but... Fire Lord scratched his head and smiled bitterly, organizing his words. It was actually a forceful opening of the realm of order. The opening of the realm of order was the highest priority. Under the influence of the realm of order, most of the energy in the Fortress of Origins was transferred to the core of the realm of order through a series of operations. In other words, the Fortress of Origins did everything it could to squeeze out the realm of order. It really did squeeze out the realm of order. The realm of order that was unleashed in that state was the lowest level of the realm of order. Like what I said before, it's fine as long as it can be used. Anyway, as long as the Fortress of Origin is in an open state, it would prioritize the existence of the realm of order. For that, it would transfer its own energy, reduce the energy between the other cores, and give priority to the core of the realm of order. It could even slightly increase the level of energy transferred to the core of the realm of order. All of that was to protect the realm of order. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. They did not expect that there was such a relationship. Even the realm of order that was maintained at the lowest level felt much stronger than the one in the sanctum of origin. That was why they did not think about it. They had high expectations for the realm of order, but after it passed through their hands, their expectations were a little subtler. We did not think about it before. We all know what the realm of order of the fortress of origin is like. Sway Foam scratched his cheek and smiled bitterly. Because Brother Foam was barely able to handle the core of the realm of order, it was acceptable even if the result was that it was weaker than the original fortress of origin. After all, it was not the original core, and it took a lot of effort to create it. It's fine as long as it can be used. Yin Nuashing seemed to have grasped the key point. You're confusing the strength of the normal fortress of origin with the fortress of origin, aren't you? Sway Foam laughed dryly and nodded. I don't remember this being the fortress of origin that was specially modified by the gods. Ahem, that is why the image before us is the fortress of origin that is almost complete. Because the core has been completely replaced, the level of energy released by the energy source world this time is sufficient. While it is still a little weaker than the original, it is able to unleash its power well. This is the true form of the fortress of origin that the gods used exclusively. He looked at the image that resembled an ignited star and could not help but exclaim, "Isn't it beautiful? It's not far from the true power I saw back then." Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. Luckily, I didn't give up because I felt that the fortress of origin could be improved. This is the victory of my obsession with full attack power. He allowed a long sigh. That's right. I used more than 80 energy source worlds in one go. Damn it, my heart hurts. Do you know how many times I kill myself to create more than 80 energy source worlds? Everyone could not help but cover their faces and laugh bitterly. This was really the result of using one's own life step by step. There was no need to mention how tragic it was. There are still some energy source worlds. Yin Nuashing pulled his hair and thought for a while before turning Qing Jun. By the way, Qing Jun, help me with something. Go to the logistics side and ask them to free up 1 or 2 creation spaces and some of the empty shrines of origin. Get them to do this, and this. He then explained the matter in detail. According to the specifications of 100 holy temples of origin, the requirement should be met. Go. Let them try for a while longer. Take your time and don't rush. If it really doesn't work, tell them to tell me. I'll go and see what the problem is. Qing Jun's face was covered in sweat as he nodded and slipped away towards the observer space. Hui wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. You can even think of turning one shrine of origin into a special energy tower. Phone, can you be any more insane? I can. I haven't even said anything more insane. Yin Nuashing nodded and pointed at the Fort of Origins that was shining with boundless radiance. Connect the Fort of Origins and the Shrine of Origins together. Since they both use energy source worlds as cores, they could be connected together, which is why, theoretically, they could be balanced and coordinated. That way, if a few energy towers give up on attacking and turn to strengthen their domains, perhaps the Fort of Origins order domain could be improved by another level. That last part works, isn't it? Sway Foam covered his face and smiled bitterly. But, Brother Foam, the 48 objects outside the Fortress of Origin are offensive objects that are similar to energy towers. They also carry the core of the energy source world. Why do you need to connect them together? T-Sich, it's not enough. How could 48 openings be enough? Look at the empty space around the Fortress of Origin. It must be put to good use. It wouldn't be a problem to add 1,000 more Shrine of Origin energy towers. Yin Nuashing's face was calm as he gave a thumbs up to the others who were sweating profusely. You can never have too many cannons. They believed that the reason he only added 1,000 energy towers to the Fort of Origins was because he was tired of messing with himself. Otherwise, he would definitely have double the number. That infinitely insane fellow. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't attack the Staff of Origins, he would definitely have thrown a few thousand smaller Staffs of Origins on it. Yin Nuashing muttered, stroking his hair. What should we do with the remaining energy source worlds after throwing out 1,000? Everyone was speechless. He wasn't done yet. He still had to make arrangements. Energy towers. Speaking of energy towers, it seems that we still have to make some changes. The current energy towers can't be installed with energy sources yet. Yin Nuashing suddenly stood up as he spoke. Just as he was about to get back to work, Siyu suddenly reached out and tugged at him. She looked up and winked at him before pulling him back to his seat. Seeing the girl's mysterious and happy smile, he tilted his head, puzzled. What's wrong? Hui coughed dryly and glanced at Siyu with his left eye closed. He said to his old friend, while you were busy tormenting yourself, your Xiaoyu has already helped you solve this problem that gave you a headache. Here, Brother Feng, take a look. As soon as Su Weifeng's voice trailed off, he pulled out a shrunken energy tower. Yin Nuashing quickly turned his head. The energy tower had shrunk to a height of about 10 feet. At the top of the tower where the energy core was placed, there were 4 spiral-shaped spikes pointing towards the sky. There were also energy bolts connecting the spikes, flashing from the bottom to the top. There was also a transparent energy ring in the middle of the tower. Suifeng waved his hand and threw it out. This was a level 3 energy tower. Its core was now placed with the energy source. Now that Shuang was busy tormenting the origin domain, there was no need for him to throw the energy torrent to affect her. He just let it enter a state of rapid energy surge. It's not easy to deal with this thing, but it's very useful. Suifeng could not help but sigh. Even though he had seen it a few times, he still could not help but want to say, although the 4 spirals look a little ugly, Siyu heard him and grimaced. It can't be installed randomly. It will cause the energy tower to take up more space and make the distance between them wider. There's not much space to put in. She turned her head and pulled Little Star's arm. Little Star, tell me. Although it's ugly, it's still worth looking at, right? This. Yin Nuashing pressed the girl's head and looked at the 4 spirals on the top of the energy tower. Her eyes flickered. It turns out to be good stuff. Everyone smiled bitterly. Well, she avoided the topic. Well, even Little Star said so. Siyu's little face was immediately filled with grievance. She suddenly jumped into Little Star's arms, opened her mouth, and aimed at his neck. Gotcha! Hiss! Don't! Be gentle. Girl, you're a high-level yuan, sure. I can't take your bite. Hiss! Hui covered his face and smiled bitterly. He was just talking about this. It seemed that what Feng said was the truth, and there was no exaggeration. These girls could really catch Feng and bully him. It was just the intimate interaction between Feng and his girl. They were the only ones who were eating dog food. While they were fooling around, the whole concept plane suddenly trembled. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky that could only be heard when there was a rapid surge of energy in the sky. A gust of wind rolled up the cold air in the whole space and gathered rapidly towards the ice-blue little star in the center of the ring of frost descent. At the same time, the whole concept plane felt a slight but continuous tremor. The sudden gathering of energy and the tremor startled Yin Nuashing and the others. They all turned their heads to look at the center of the ring of frost descent. The cold air from the realm of frost descent was rushing towards the center. The wind gathered from all directions and gradually turned into an ice tornado between heaven and earth. When combined with the ring of frost descent, it looked like the ice tornado was trapped by an ice-blue ring-shaped object that was about the same size as it. Achoo! Whoa! The real, bigger version of the realm of frost is coming. Frost's realm of origin has taken shape. Flintlock sneezed violently. He quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Retreat. If you get sucked into the ice storm, you'll become an ice sculpture. Remember to use all your energy when you're mobilizing it. Otherwise, you'll be frozen solid." Hui raised his hand and took out a shield. He was so cold that he screamed. His palm was covered in frost. The freezing seemed to have started from the inside. It was from the energy that started to freeze him. If he did not use all his energy, he would become a frozen dumpling in 2 or 3 seconds. The group hurriedly jumped out of the ring of frost descent. When they were out of the ice storm, They looked at each other and found that there were signs of quick freezing on each other. Instantly, they felt a little better. This origin domain was really powerful. It turned them into quick frozen dumplings in an instant. Yin Nuoxing also released her ice energy and held up a quiet area in a corner where the ice storm had little effect. Seeing that the ice storm was still spreading, she held up another quiet area for everyone sitting on the ice field. Only then did they look up at the ice storm that was getting thicker and thicker. In their sight, fist-sized ice crystals of all shapes and sizes were constantly emerging. The ice crystals in the distance fell to the ground as soon as they appeared, and by the time they hit the ground, they had already become chunks of ice that were almost 10 feet in size. The ice crystals that were rotating along the ice storm were also getting bigger and bigger. The size of each ice crystal changed from the size of a fist to the size of a wash basin within 15 seconds, and then into chunks of ice that were at least 10 feet in diameter. Tens of millions of these chunks of ice danced and rotated along with the ice storm. In their line of sight, there was only the dense white fog and snowflakes that were fluttering in the air. The scene made Huey's cheeks twitch violently. Being hit in the face by a chunk of ice that was moving at a speed of at least 1,000 meters per second and from 10 to 100 feet in size. Even if it did not break his shield, he would be frozen. This hailstorm is really big, so you could not help but reach out to catch a freshly formed ice crystal. Her pretty face immediately changed color. She screamed in a low voice and hurriedly threw it out. She only touched it for about a second, and half of her palm was covered in frost. Huey's face was sweating profusely. Theoretically speaking, no world can have such crazy hailstorms. Which world has hailstorms? Look at that ball. Its diameter is almost 1,000 miles. This is a mother of Asterisk King ice asteroid belt. The moment you rush in, you will either become an ice sculpture or be smashed into pieces of ice. Then, the ice storm will blow you up into pieces of ice. The area covered by the ice storm seemed to be constantly increasing. There was only white in sight, and they gradually could not even see the appearance of the ring of frost descent. The violent ice energy awakened the second-generation inheritors who were still reading below. When they opened their eyes, they saw a chunk of ice the size of an asteroid whizzing past in front of their eyes. Many of them were stunned and sneezed at the same time. F***CK, Sway Phone. What's going on? Sway Phone could not help but smile bitterly when he saw his companions coming to him. He raised his hand and pointed at the center of the ice storm. Shuang's domain of origin has formed. Be careful, don't get frozen. The brother who spoke could not help but put his hand on his chest. His face was pale. Another domain of origin. That's exciting. Although the stimulation in the past few eras has exceeded the limit, it is still exciting. The second-generation inheritors could not help but sigh. They carefully looked at a certain executor. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything. I just woke up. I don't know. Yes, it has nothing to do with me. Shuang is powerful. Chapter 2079. It was as if a dense meteor shower was hitting the entire observer space at a frequency of hundreds of thousands of times per second. The dull sound of heavy objects rapidly hitting the ice field was incessant, and it made Yin Nuoxing and the others' scalps tingle. Huey's guardian barrier was hit by thousands of ice lumps every second. Every few days, an ice ball with a diameter of more than 100 miles would be thrown over and hit the barrier. He raised the shield until his hand was soft. The cold aura kept eroding his hands through the barrier, causing him to gasp for cold air every few seconds. Then he shook his hands with all his strength, causing him to jump up and down from the cold. In my entire life, I've only had the feeling of distrust towards my own defensive capabilities twice. Hui swallowed hard. When he saw everyone looking at him with sweat all over their faces, he trembled and continued. Counting the time now, the other time was half an era ago. Sui Feng immediately understood. Oh, that time when Brother Feng activated the origin domain. To be honest, half an era ago was even worse. I thought I would definitely die in the destruction domain. A certain second-generation brother could not help but mutter, and everyone nodded vigorously in agreement. Half an era ago, when the destruction domain was unleashed, it was truly earth-shattering, and even half of Node Zero City was destroyed. By the way, does it have to cause such a huge commotion every time the origin domain forms? We saw a crack in the Guardian barrier and cursed as he patched it up. He then turned around and shouted at Sway Foam and the others. Logically speaking, the commotion when the origin domain forms for the first time is almost. Sway Foam rubbed his chin and thought for a while. It's probably unavoidable. Although we've only seen 2 origin domains form with our own eyes, I haven't seen Sister Luo Ing and Brother AI's origin domains form, so I'm not sure. Seeing Brother lay nodding in agreement, Hui was speechless. If any of you want to form an origin domain in the future, please let me know in advance. I have to prepare in advance. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand it. He paused for a moment and turned his head abruptly. When he saw Maple hugging CU and swaying back and forth as if nothing had happened, his face darkened. He immediately threw a shield at him and said, "Maple, don't just stand there. Hurry up and help me. I can't hold it alone." Theoretically speaking, we're all helping you hold up the barrier. Yin Nuashing glanced at him and freed her right hand from CU's waist. A ball of red and black colored energy instantly condensed in her palm. This ball of energy even spread out small energy threads. The colorful and red and black lights flashed alternately. It looked quite terrifying. Also, I've never tried to use my origin domain to fight against an origin domain. I only know that this thing can be stacked. What if the defense is broken from the inside the moment it's activated? Everyone shuddered and carefully thought about the feeling of being sandwiched between the destruction domain and the frost domain. No, their faces turned green and their stomachs hurt. What about the new Words of Sin series that you've discovered? Hui shook his head vigorously. Ice shards kept falling from his forehead. He did not know whether he was cold, hot, or numb. Hurry up and give it a try. Yin Nuashing's eyes widened in horror. She stared at him as if he was an insect. Shuang, you asked me to attack you when she was condensing her origin domain. What were you thinking? What if the domain collapsed halfway? What if there's no next time? Why don't you sift through that sesame-sized brain of yours before you speak? This. Hui shrank his neck and smiled bitterly. He was frozen silly and numb. Then think of a way. Anyway, hurry up and help me. My defense is about to be broken. Damn it. The origin domain's abrasion effect on my barrier is too unreasonable. It's not even so strenuous to take 2 rounds of your origin, chaos head-on. Now, I'm just being pressed down by the origin domain. I haven't been attacked yet, but I feel like my defense is about to be broken. After all, it's the origin domain. The origin energy is the last and most important power. Now, just the energy raging in the domain is about half the power of origin, chaos every second. And it also has the characteristics of origin energy. It's much stronger than origin, chaos. As Yin Nuashing spoke, he shrugged his shoulders at Hui. Of course, this was the last time I released this power. As for my current situation, I don't even know how to describe it. I haven't fought for a long time. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. You've been cooped up for too long. You can't lift your sword anymore, right? However, it would definitely be very ridiculous. After all, his destruction energy was already in a state of full force. Just this point alone, the next time he used his full strength, it would definitely. Hiss! They didn't dare to think about it. Yin Nuashing raised his head and looked at the guardian barrier that was crackling. Even though he had used the origin energy and the group of them had desperately reinforced the defense, the barrier was still on the verge of collapse under the influence of the ice storm. The frequency of cracks appearing was increasing, and the repair could not keep up with the speed of the damage. If this continued, in less than 3 minutes, the guardian barrier would be removed with a clang, and the group of them would instantly turn into ice sculptures. Well, after all, it was the origin domain. Even if it was condensing and forming, it still had extremely powerful destructive power. Shuang Shuang's origin domain could also slow down the speed of everyone's energy surging in the domain. When it slowed down to a certain extent, it would be frozen from the inside out. This was forcing you to maintain the state of energy explosion for a long time. If you dared to reduce the degree of energy explosion, just wait to be frozen into frozen dumplings. Well, look at the hailstones outside. Even if they didn't become frozen dumplings, they would be smashed into ice chips and float all over the sky. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's stabilize this place first. If we don't use the origin domain to deal with the origin domain, we can only use a slightly more strenuous method. Let's give it a try. White light slowly lit up from his body. Suddenly, there was a bright light source on his body. Little Angel and Siyu were stunned for a moment. Seeing him like this, they quickly slipped out of his body. The brighter and brighter light made everyone in the barrier turn their heads. Seeing this scene, their hearts skipped a beat. They all had the same thought. Is this guy going to explode in the barrier? Siyu pulled the Little Angel to the side and looked at Little Star, who was becoming brighter and more concentrated with the aura of Source of Origin. She suddenly whispered to her, "Little Star has become brighter than you." Little Angel was stunned. She thought about this question very seriously and whispered in Siyu's ear, "Little Star has always been brighter than me. Have you forgotten how he looks like hanging in the void?" Siyu nodded in realization. Oh yes. Little Star on the Venus star plate, the brightest light source in the void frontline. The whispers of these two girls were heard by everyone in the barrier. Everyone covered their faces with a strange expression. They didn't know what kind of expression they should use to look at the large light source that was gathering source energy. The source energy that had been gathering for a while suddenly exploded in a shockwave, causing everyone to be stunned. Just as they were about to erect an additional energy barrier, they did not feel the destructive power of the source energy from the source of the light, so they subconsciously held back their actions, allowing the white shockwave to gush out and swallow them up in an instant, enveloping the entire space. The white light in their eyes lasted for a while before it quickly dissipated. Everyone quickly looked up and scanned their surroundings. They seemed to have entered another space, a space that was painted with colorful paint left and right with a large black background. An inexplicable aura hovered in this space. Under the influence of this aura, the eruption of the ice storm became a little quieter. We also found that the feeling of being frozen in half of his body was slowly fading away, giving him time to look up at this place. Feeling the strange aura that was lingering in this space, Suifeng identified it for a while and said in surprise, "This is the source energy environment. You dragged us into the source energy environment? Not all of you, but the entire concept level space." An unknown light source that was emitting white light floated half a meter above the ground. He raised his finger and pointed forward. "Hey, the ice storm is still there. It's suppressed." After all, Shuang Shuang had only unconsciously unleashed the source energy domain. If it was the real source energy domain, it would take a little more effort. The hailstorm was still in their line of sight, but its scale had been slightly suppressed, and there were no signs of it continuing to spread. The frost aura, snow, and ice flowing between heaven and earth had decreased a lot, and their visibility had improved. Those ridiculously large hailstones were also affected by the primordial aura, and the speed at which they gathered and continued to grow slowed down. The temperature within the barrier was also noticeably rising. The temperature was not important. As long as the frost aura did not freeze their energy, the problem would be much smaller. They had almost been frozen into ice sculptures through the barrier. This is the first time the source energy domain has been unleashed on such a large scale. Yin Nuashing lowered her head and clenched her fists. She could not help but roll her eyes as she looked at the scene that she had seen in the source energy environment before. The scene that looked like it had been brushed by the source energy domain was a little messy. Didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Originally, firecrackers and fireworks would have been set off after this space was dragged into the source energy environment. But now, The source energy domain was being used to weaken Shuang's ice storm, so much so that not a single firecracker could be heard. In order to neutralize the destructive power of the ice storm, the source energy domain was almost completely silent. The source energy domain, it was really powerful. It was especially troublesome to let one's own people deal with it. What a big fuss. Well, just look at how he woke up half an era ago. Half of the city had suffered because of it. The whole space was pulled into the origin environment, or something. We stared blankly at the colorful and black space, and then looked at a certain large light source. He couldn't help but say, "You seem to be a little crazy again." Sui Feng tried to touch the colorful paint that flowed beside him, but his fingers did not touch anything. "Brother Feng, is this the source energy domain?" "No, it's just like what I said just now." The whole space was taken down and thrown into the source energy environment. Yin Nuoxing shook her head as she swung her colorful and dazzling white hair, attracting everyone's attention. If you really want to say it, well, it can be considered the source energy domain. But this is a domain that works on everything indiscriminately. The creations that are related to my energy will not work because this is the source energy domain. I can only control the source energy domain so that this environment will not affect you as much as possible. Just like now, all the power of the source energy environment has been used to suppress Shuang's ice storm, and you're almost unaffected. He paused and looked at Sui Feng. Otherwise, you would have been blasted into the depths of the source energy environment. Everyone smiled bitterly. So this is a natural domain, right? Understood. And as the creator of the source energy, a certain someone was the master of this natural domain. After being dragged into the source energy environment, the power of the frost domain was greatly suppressed, but he did not use more power to suppress Shuang's domain. After a stalemate, the ice storm began to weaken, and the hailstones that were thrown in all directions stopped condensing as the ice storm retreated and began to disintegrate and dissipate. However, after the ice storm slowly calmed down, the source energy environment became more active. He could already hear the sound of energy explosions in the distance. It was only at the level of firecrackers, but soon it would be the crackling of fireworks. He turned to Hui, who was squatting on the ground to warm his hands, and lifted him up. "Hurry up and hold up the barrier. Shuang's frost domain is about to be dispelled. I have to drag this space out of the source energy environment as well, so that when the ice storm dissipates, the whole world will start to set off fireworks." "Yeah, are the two of you taking turns to set off fireworks?" "Oh, Shuang wants to freeze us into ice sculptures, not set off fireworks." Hui bared his teeth at Maple and mumbled to himself as he once again held up the guardian barrier in front of him. When Yin Nuoxing saw this, the white light on her body began to gather again, drowning everyone in the white light. The sound of the surging tide was endless, startling everyone. They instinctively covered their ears, but the sound still echoed. It seemed to be a sound that was ringing in their souls or consciousness. As the sound became clearer and clearer, they suddenly had a feeling that they were waking up, as if they had fallen asleep when they were dragged into the source energy environment. After a loud sound of the surging sea, as if it was breaking out of the water, the white light that covered their eyes quickly dissipated. When they opened their eyes again, the clear sky, as if it was made of ice crystals, appeared in their sight. The ring of frost descent was emitting a beautiful icy blue luster, and the storm in the center was shrinking little by little. A moment later, there was a crack in the middle, retreating to the top and bottom, disintegrating little by little, and finally disappearing. The liquid ice in the center of the ring of frost descent also disintegrated as the ice storm dissipated. Yin Nuoxing looked at Shuang, who was stretching and yawning, and could not help but snap her fingers. Now, there are two origin domains. Although they are both complete origin domains, after all, the level is still there. Well, to deal with the two challenges, we still need to think about it. We heard this and staggered. What? Is it not enough? With all the current conditions, and 2 origin domains, it is still not enough? Yin Nuashing glanced at him and crossed her arms. Let me ask you a question. With all the forces at the front line of the void now gathered together, can we catch up to the heel of the heavenly god of origin? After that, he turned to look at Sui Feng and the group of second-generation heirs. What do you think? You have been with them for a longer time, so you should be able to make a clearer judgment. Tell this idiot the answer. Well, Brother Lei scratched his head and twitched the corner of his mouth as he looked at Hui Jun, whose expression kept changing. Theoretically, it is still far from... but this is not counting Brother Feng's situation. I don't know how to calculate your situation to this extent. My situation? Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment as Brother Lei looked at her helplessly. She looked at herself and thought for a moment and shrugged. I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't find a chaos concept body to test the waters, can I? I don't think I'll get anything out of it, even if I try something else. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. It was a very difficult question, whether it was him or the corresponding chaos concept body. They were all using the observer's shadow to practice. So who should he use to practice? It was a very helpless question, and there was no answer at the moment. All right. Yin Nuashing remembered something and looked at Sui Feng and the others. When you put the origin world into the fortress of origin, you should have seen a circle of magic circle appear, right? Are you talking about the formation under the staff of creation? Sui Feng saw Brother Feng nodding and said, Yes, but what's the use of that circle? What else can Feng's circle do other than set off fireworks? Hui Jun replied, In theory, yes, but not all of it. Yin Nuashing was relieved when he heard that. He looked at Hui and shook his head. That's actually just the shape of a basic magic circle, just like the all from when I was young. Only the core of the magic circle structure will make the magic circle show different situations. The shape is more or less the same. Although the shape can be changed according to requirements, I haven't encountered any requirements in this regard for the time being. The magic circle that I threw into the energy source world is my own magic circle. I have adjusted a lot of commonly used ones, and all of them have been adjusted into the magic circle structure. The circle in the origin world was something I figured out after mastering formation construct. It can protect the order, spirit, soul, and consciousness of an individual within range. In short, it's used to prevent chaos corruption. Using the fortress of origin, its effect can be spread throughout the entire realm of order, and it can be used at any time, unless the fortress of chaos blows up. Although I've thrown in more than 80, Yin Nuashing covered her face with a worried look. I don't know if it's enough. I don't think it's enough. If it's not enough, there's no place to stuff it in. Hui Jun was puzzled. Didn't you take down the third defense line? Stuff it in there. It needs to be complemented by something of a high enough standard. The Fortress of Origin is the best carrier, and the Sanctum of Origin is much worse. If it's just a single circle, the effect is actually passable, but against chaos corruption, the effect is a lot weaker. Well, I've switched to chaos form and tested on myself. After removing the chaos energy and the chaos rules, I tried to attack my own order. Everyone was sweating as they listened. The little angel rushed up like a flash of light and hurriedly pressed Little Star's face. She looked him up and down, and when she saw that there was nothing wrong with him, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she frowned and stared at him with eyes full of blame. Can you not do this kind of thing? Can't you at least give me a heads up before you deal with this kind of thing? It's been a long time, and I've hung myself in the creation sanctum. The creation sanctum has taken care of the corruption problem for me. I only did it because I knew there was no problem. You don't have to worry so much. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook her head. Seeing that the little angel was still frowning and staring at her, she could not help but rub her head. All right, there won't be a next time. Now that there's a result, there's no need to try again. Sui Feng lifted his collar and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This guy doesn't take me seriously. So, what's the result? The result is that I feel that the 80 or so magic circles embedded in the Fortress of Origin may not be enough. But there's no other way. If I want to add a few more, I can only throw them into the Sanctum of Origin and make do with it. Also, Yin Nuashing shrugged and turned to Hui and took a deep breath. Hui gulped when he saw Maple's serious look. He could not help but feel his heart clench. Maple would definitely say something very dangerous when he opened his mouth. Although some things might be better left unsaid, but, well, I think it's better to say it openly. Hui, your domain of origin is the last piece of the puzzle in my calculations. Looking at Maple's expression, even if he didn't say it out loud, he knew what he was going to say. But this was really confusing. He also wanted to figure out the origin domain, but right now he had only just touched the doorstep. There was still a long way to go before he could truly form it. The pressure was too great. Was it because different origin domains had different degrees of difficulty in forming them? Yin Nuashing sighed when she saw Huey's silent, grimacing face and sweating like crazy. She patted his shoulder and said softly, "Sorry to add more pressure on you. Sorry my ass. If you apologize to me, I'll throw you out." Hui rolled his eyes at her and made a very distressed sound in his throat. After a while, he gasped and scratched his head. "TCH, isn't there still half an era left? It's just the domain of origin. Watch me go from beginner to ascension in half an era. If you can't find the domain of origin before the battle, then kill me as a sacrifice to raise everyone's morale." Everyone was speechless. Theoretically speaking, if you were killed, the battle would not be able to continue. With one less top combatant, the chances of defeat would double. If there's nothing else, then let's disperse. There's still half an era left. We'll try to find 2 more domains of origin. 3 domains can offset one, right? If I can't do it, don't I still have you guys? With more than 100 people, I don't believe that we can't find 2 or 3 domains of origin. He put his hands on his hips and let out a long sigh. He waved his hand at everyone. All right. That's it. Go and do your own things. Maple, take your girl out to play, or try out your domain of origin. Don't hang around here. You'll distract me. Okay. It had been a long time since he saw Huey's serious look when he gave the military order. He couldn't help but sigh. I accidentally gave him too much pressure. This guy is probably going to fight me to the death. He actually struggled for a while whether to say this or not. In the end, he chose to say it just like this moment. Perhaps he also had a little intention of urging him. Perhaps it was because there was some sense of urgency in his heart. In short, he was anxious. Some of the second generation continued to read books where they were, while others ran to the fortress of origin. We thought about it and sat down as well. He waved his hand and threw the books on the ground, and even tied a headscarf around his head. After a while, they quietly slipped out. When they stood in front of the conch roof, Green suddenly could not help but ask, "Lord Maple, could the hidden meaning of the last piece of the puzzle be?" Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. She patted the shoulder of the elder, who was also a void traverser. She looked up at the sky and said faintly, "Time is coming to the end. This long and distant time will slip by openly in front of us in the responses of there's still time and there's still time until the real end is presented before us." Time. Unknowingly, it was already the middle of the 57th era. It was not far from that point in time. Even if he was looking into the void at that very moment, he could still feel the angry roar coming from the void itself. It was roaring and gradually becoming crazy. The entire void was filled with restless movements. The formless wave of destruction was gathering crazily in the depths of the void. There seemed to be some other sounds hidden in the crazy clamor. It was enough to make the entire Great Yuan realm restless. Could it be her resentment? Now, I can't say that there's still time or that there's still a long time. Half an era is a long time, but just like the half an era I used dealing with the matters on our bodies would quickly consume all of that time. For example, if I changed the time, half an era would be the time for you to break through the seal. In that time, I could at most touch 3 or 4 types of origin energy. If we're lucky, we might have a few more origin domains and a batch of high-level primeval in the void frontline. That's that fixed piece of the puzzle. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. When the fixed time comes, no matter what the situation is, We have to try our best to complete it. The girl with a frosty breath descended from the sky. She leaned forward and looked at him with joy on her pretty face. Little star, you're awake too. Yin Nuashing rubbed Shuang Shuang's head with a smile. He blinked his colorful eyes and looked at her. Suddenly, he thought of something. Shuang Shuang, let's find a place to fight, shall we? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. An ice crystal slid down Shuang Shuang's smooth forehead. She straightened up stiffly and slipped behind the little angel. She looked at Mei Mao cautiously and looked at Little Star. Did I do something wrong? Puff. Yin Nuashing smiled and waved his hand. Then, he looked at Siyu, Qing Huang, and Sui Feng. And you, Sui Feng, call your sister and Little Shi here. Come, all of you. Sui Feng was sweating profusely as if he had just washed his hair. That brother Feng, we don't deserve to die, right? Yin Nuashing stroked his hair and rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I've been cooped up for too long. I haven't fought for an era. Since I reached this level, I haven't tried to go all out. I have to test the waters. Don't worry, just go all out and beat me to death. Although I'm not as good as Huey's shield, my continuous counterattacks in that state can be considered as endurance. So, don't go easy on me. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. We are afraid that you will kill us. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.